make our way to our seats. We are going to get started. Okay, if I could get everyone's attention here in the council chambers, we're going to go ahead and get the meeting started. I want to thank everyone for their patience. There are a number of council members who are on their way from an event that we all were at, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I don't know. I want to welcome everyone to the full council meeting. Today is Monday, October the 2nd. For those of you who are watching online and on TV, and to those of you who are here in the chambers, welcome to this council meeting. We're going to go ahead and get started with the roll call. This meeting is now officially to order. Madam Clerk.
Council President Mitchell.
Here.
Council Members Smith. Hall. Young. Here. Winslow. Archibong. Juan. Shook. Adrian. Moore. Martin. Bottoms. Shepard. Bond. Norwood. Dickens. Quorum present.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're going to do something a little different today. We're going to have a moment of silence for those who lost their life in Las Vegas this past weekend, as well as those who are struggling to recover in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands and Florida and in Houston. So if we could all, as you are directed by your beliefs, now assume a posture of meditation and silence. Thank you very much. We will move to, yes, Mr. Young.
Since our last council meeting, a gentleman that offered himself for candidacy for City Council District 3, Mr. Darian Fletcher, who, though he was an opponent to me, I also count him as a very good friend. We dialogued on many different levels, and though we found ourselves in absolute contest on many different levels, I have nothing but absolute respect for this man who gave a good part of his life just helping people and serving the community. And his untimely death is not only sorrowful for our district and our community, but absolutely for his family. And so in that spirit, I'd like to offer just a moment of silence on his behalf.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Okay, we will move now to the first proclamation that will be, I'm sorry, no, I apologize, Pledge of Allegiance. If you could all please stand as you are able and willing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now move to proclamations. We have one today, which will be presented by Councilmember Andre Dickens. Mr. Dickens.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. If the members of the Atlanta Fire and Rescue Department could please come forward, and also the members of the Georgia Tech team associated with the Firebird Project. If you all could please come. Right. Yeah, this is Georgia Tech working together with our fire department. That's right. Alex 1 just said, "Go Jackets." I'll multiply that times 2 as well. Go Jackets. Go, go where? Come here, Jackets. Today we're going to talk about a great project of collaboration as they come forward. This is where technology can help in emergency situations, also in preventing emergency situations. And so this is a great opportunity for us to highlight work that's being done in our city in conjunction with universities and with our first responders through this partnership. We're going to give a proclamation to them today and thank them. You guys can come on around. So the proclamation reads, it has a lot of technical terms in it, and we're going to have them break it down a little bit. But in honor of the Firebird Project, whereas through a partnership between the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department and the Georgia Institute of Technology, the Masters in Systems Engineering program, in August 2017, together they completed a groundbreaking feasibility study on unmanned aerial vehicles, a selection and use in emergency operations, specifically for the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department. And whereas recognized by the International Council on Systems Engineering with its highest award, the Firebird Project is thought to be unprecedented and outlines recommendations for unmanned aerial vehicles, hardware and equipment, the staffing models for operation and maintenance based on their performance requirements. Whereas the City of Atlanta and the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department would like to honor Gary O'Neill, Andy Register, Jesse Hester, Steve Crane, Bill Gross, Ashley Lee, Adil Siddiqui, Irvin Vakovac, Galen Valentine. These are 2017 faculty and graduates of the Georgia Institute of Technology Masters in Systems Engineering program. And whereas this partnership and the resulting work was sought by the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to identify firefighter safety advantages, enhance service delivery strategies, and to provide an initial risk assessment and build public confidence. And whereas the special recognition goes to Cheryl Chapman for her leadership with this initiative, with thanks to Assistant Chief Byron Kennedy, Assistant Chief Glenn Riley, and Deputy Chief Jalen Bundridge for their support. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, and on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, with this proclamation, honor the Firebird Project team for their time and talents committed to researching operational enhancements in the use of unmanned aerial vehicle technology for the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department. Thank you. Let's give them all a round of applause. So someone's going to break down what all this means. This is basically drones that are going to help us maintain public safety, particularly in the case of fire. And so we have Chief Slaughter here from the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to give a few words, and then we'll have Gary O'Neill and Dr. Andy Register.
Thank you, Council Member. Again, I want to recognize those members who Council Member already acknowledged. They were tremendous in getting this project off the ground. So if you would, join me one more time in giving them a round of applause. On behalf of our Fire Chief, Joel G. Baker, and all 1,100 men and women of the Atlanta Fire and Rescue Department, I just want to thank Georgia Tech. I think as a city, we're tremendously fortunate to have these institutions such as Georgia Tech inside of the city limits, and the tremendous brain power that these students brought to this project is just spectacular. For us, we're going to use these UAVs to enhance our emergency operations. Particularly what it's going to do is give us visuals in remote areas on the fire ground. It's going to also give us aerial reconnaissance in situations where we otherwise would not have it. And ultimately, it's going to raise the safety on the fire ground for our firefighters. So I just want to again thank the students and faculty of Georgia Tech for allowing their students to participate in this great research. This feasibility study is going to really enhance our implementation of these UAVs. So thank you very much, Georgia Tech.
Well, thank you. Georgia Tech really appreciates the opportunity to reach into the community and help solve real-world problems. And this team was particularly energized by the thought of being able to use this technology to improve the safety and operations of the fire department to the benefit of everybody. The team, as you noted in the proclamation, won the competition this year for best project, and because they believe in it so deeply, they asked us to essentially return the prize to the Atlanta Fire Department's foundation to help support the operation. So we have a check here to present to you in that regard. Andy? Say your name. I'm sorry. I'm Gary O'Neill. This is Dr. Andy Register, and here is the check.
Wow.
So thanks again. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we thank you for that, to give the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation the check for $1,000 that you guys won. So that's really thoughtful of you, and I'm sure that we can put it to great use, and we really appreciate that. I had a tough time today deciding whether I was going to wear my Georgia Tech colors or where I was going to wear my firefighter red and black, and I wanted to be with you guys today, just because this is UGA colors, and I get okay, and Clark color, so I'll be okay with either way. But anyway, thank you all for your leadership and working together. We'd like to keep up with this and send us examples of how this really helps, and keep Atlanta. We know that our fire department is the best department in the whole United States, and continue to be on the cutting edge with technology. So thank you, council members. I don't know if you all wanted to say anything, or if you wanted to come up and take a photo, but. If so, if no, then we'll all get together and take this photo. Thanks. You want to do it here or you want to do it down?
It appears, at least on its face, that this will go a long way toward helping to save some lives. It keeps our firefighters out of harm's way. I think it's a long time overdue. It's important that we take advantage of the intellectual assets that we have, and Georgia Tech, Georgia State, and any other. Well, yeah, forgive me for instance, but I think there's room for somebody said hand. That's my alma mater. No, but I'm just grateful to see that. I mean, it just seems why aren't we doing more of it? I'm just we'll keep you all in our prayers that all of this comes to fruition as we plan. Thank you for your generosity as well.
All right. Well, we're going to come on down and take a photo. So if the firefighters could come, you want them down? Okay. And Georgia Tech. So if you all can come down, the council will stay up here. Oh, yeah, I'll come.
Okay, thank you again to our firefighters and to the Georgia Tech team. Okay. Okay, colleagues, we're going to go ahead and move now to public comment. And it's apparent to me that the vast majority of the comments are regarding the legislation coming, Mr. Dickens, out of the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee related to marijuana. We have a total of 50 speakers signed up at 2 minutes each. That's almost 2 hours, so just buckle up and let's get ready to go. Okay. Our first, well, let me just kind of lay out the ground rules. Many of you know the ground rules. You have a total of 2 minutes to bring comment from the lectern just outside the well. Take note of the monitors that are to your left and slightly to your right behind you. And when your time comes to a close, hopefully your comments will have also been brought to a close. Our first 3 speakers are Mr. Jerry Meyer Jackson, Jr., then IJP Williams or Walco, I'm sorry, I can't read the writing, and then James Allen. Mr. James Allen. Mr. Meyer Jackson.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jerry Jackson. Grew up in the city of Atlanta. Grew up on the south side. First, Council President Mitchell, I want to thank you for being a good Council President during your tenure. You've been kind and considerate to many people that stepped up at this microphone that might not have been as kind and considerate to you. And you've been real good at that, Caesar Mitchell. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Appreciate everybody in the auditorium today, here on a myriad of subjects. You know, while we've got this many in the auditorium, I want to ask everybody, when you go home today, pray for the evil that's in this country. Pray for the evil that is in this country to go away. Jerry Jackson saw his first marijuana cigarette at Brown High School in 1965. Didn't smoke it. Some friends of mine were. When I was still alive today, we're best of friends. I know that many of you are concerned about this ordinance, this change. It's not making it legal, as far as I understand. It's bringing the penalty down from being so severe, which has crippled many young people in this city. Has crippled many young people in this city. I think that the ordinance is a very good ordinance, and that's what I have to say about it. Oh, yeah, and the people with the two things, is there a Santa Claus? Hold it up. Truth. Truth. You see that? There is a Santa Claus. Yeah, thank you, sir. Maybe we have another. That's about all I have to say today. I'm not going to rip up and down. I appreciate everything this council's doing. A lot of these people have some good comments to make, and I appreciate them. And like I said, later on today, pray for peace. And by the way, C.T. Martin, we sure are glad that you and Ms. Boone were not harmed in that robbery this weekend. Thank you so much, everybody.
Amen to that.
My name is Ignatius Wallace.
Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
Yes, I apologize for not
That's
getting
okay.
your last name.
I got nerve damage in my hand from the military. First of all, it's a drug. Secondly, is certain candidates going around pointing out about black males getting arrested for, drug, that type situation. me point out something. I'm a former high school counselor, college recruiter, also a drug alcohol counselor. I sent many young people to drug treatment, okay? They don't know what's in the drug when it's been done. Second, I can understand from this whole person using drugs, but we got candidates going down to low 5 points, okay, trying to call in white folks to vote for them because they want to push a drug issue. The thing is the following. One candidate also said about apartheid. Apartheid had nothing to do with drugs. I mean, not candidate, somebody was on the TV. Had nothing to do with drugs. That was a human issue, okay? Whenever there's a wreck or something that happened, be it airplane, boat, et cetera, they test you for drugs, okay? That's encouraging to me, that's encouraging the kids, okay, it's okay, fine to do it. I suggest you come up with some type of educational program. Whenever they'll stop with it, have the funds from the ticket or whatever set aside, they go some drug education. A lot of them don't even know what the heck they're doing. A lot of parents don't even know. A lot of people don't know what's going in their body, what's causing the problem, okay? Somebody point out in terms of scholarship, they're losing scholarship. I'm going to read something to you in terms of getting financial aid. I got it about how I said, have you ever been convicted for the possession or sale of illegal substance while you're receiving federal student aid? If you had a conviction before, you answer that question, no, because it wasn't while you're receiving. But if you're dumb and stupid and in school trying to get an education and you get convicted for it, if you go to a drug treatment program, you still, and present that certificate, you still can get your money to go to school. Which one is more valuable? Your education for a career, or you won't take a chance with drugs? That's what they need to look at. The other is that people need to be educated on in terms of what they're doing to their body. I suggest that I'll be the first one to see a black male go to jail, okay?
Thank you very much.
The last one to see a black male go to jail.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wallace. Okay, our next speaker is Mr. James Allen. Yes, Mr. Allen.
Council President Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
Other council people. You know, grown people do what they're going to do. And a lot of times you can't change them. And you remember I came down here once when we were talking about police locking people up, and they were talking about locking up black men and all that. And I told you all that the last time I was arrested was in 1965. And I had been arrested 3 times within 18 months. I wasn't arrested because I was black. I was arrested because I was drunk and driving. That's why I was, and it bothered me that they made this a black and white thing. Now, I don't want to see any young person go to jail. I don't care what color he is. But if you are an adult and you know what the law is and you violate that law, then you suffer the consequences. That's the way I feel about that. But when it comes to our young people, when it comes to the young people, as adults, we need to teach, coach, and counsel these children against the use of drugs. I gave them something to pass out to you all, and I want you all to read it. It tells you the short-term and long-term effects that smoking marijuana has on you. I worked out there in those housing projects for 30 years, and I saw what was going on. You understand? See? So let's teach these kids. Mr. Todd Stansbury, he's the athletic director over at Georgia Tech. And this is what he said. We would be negligent if we weren't trying to steer our student athletes away from the use of marijuana. So what I'm saying to you, let's work with the kids. But if you are an adult and you insist on violating the law, then suffer the consequences.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Look, before we continue, I know this is a debate that has a lot of different opinions, and some are actually on both sides, and some may even be in the middle. But everyone who signed up to speak is going to have an opportunity to speak. And so if we could all just show respect for our fellow man and our fellow woman as they make comment, because I think we're going to expect the same thing when we get up and speak. So I just would ask your indulgence, and I would ask for your kindness in that regard. So thank you very much. The next 3 speakers are Faith Crevice, Jasmine Riggs, and Ian Macusko.
Good afternoon. My name is Faith Crevice. I work as a server at the Atlanta airport. I've been at the airport for a little over 3.5 years, working for a company called Airport Retail Management at Cafe Intermezzo. Like many of my coworkers, my job at the airport allows me to support me and my family. So I'd like to thank the city and the mayor for making it a requirement that incoming companies retain existing workers during this particular bidding process. Now it is time for City Council to make it official and pass a policy that makes sure that going forward, none of the airport concessions workers get displaced during these new developments. Finally, I'd like to say that as an employee of ARM, we take great pride in the customer service that we provide for passengers at the airport. I consider this to be much more than just a job. We are the face of Atlanta to visitors to our airport from all over the world. In fact, believe it or not, we have regulars, people that come in just to come to Cafe Intermezzo. Over the course of my time working for ARM, we've improved the quality of the job, and we hope to continue to do so with Airport Retail Management. They're bidding to keep the business, as it already has, so it would be a fine choice to continue to keep them there at the airport. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Riggs.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm Jasmine Riggs. I work as a replenisher for a company called Aries USA at the Atlanta airport. My job is currently on the line. Bids for a retail program were due last week, and Aries did not bid. When its lease expires next year, it will be replaced by another company. I come to work 5 days a week, not only to make a living, but to provide the best customer service to ATL's passengers. It is only fair that those of us who have spent years working at the airport get to keep our jobs, even if our employer loses the business to a new company. I want to thank the leaders of the city for making it a requirement for the RFP that the current airport workers to retain their jobs. But the city needs to show bidding companies that their job are serious commitment to workers by passing policy calls for workers' retention. For all airport workers contracting. Also, even though there is a requirement in place, that the fact is that my employer will not be at this airport by next year. It creates a lot of stress for me and my family and my coworkers. I hope the city select companies that will proactively work with all stakeholders, including the city and my union, to make sure that our transition from one company to another goes smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Ian McCusko, and I work for Unite Here, the union for airport concessions workers at ATL and at airports around the country. We represent over 1,400 workers in food and beverage and retail concessions at ATL, many of whom are sitting over there if they could get the morning off. Our members are excited to be a part of the redevelopment of the airport's retail program, especially now that the city has issued an addendum to the RFP to make worker retention a requirement. This requirement, while not an absolute fix to the issues that arise in concessions redevelopments, helps mitigate many of the concerns that workers have about job security during the solicitation process. The time is now to codify this requirement into law and pass an ordinance that will affect these solicitations going forward. As previously mentioned, most of the airport's food and beverage will be going out to bid in several years, and the men and women who perform those jobs need to understand they are also valued and protected by the city. The current RFP process affects the entire retail program at the airport. We would like to see the companies that are in the running for this great opportunity to be proactive about their commitment to worker retention and the provision of good jobs for local residents. So far, the two companies that stand out in this regard are Delaware North and Airport Retail Management, ARM. Both Delaware North and ARM have a great track record of providing good jobs at ATL, and with better jobs, as we all know, come happier workers and higher quality of customer service. We will be attempting to work with all of the other bidders for this opportunity to create a workforce transition plan and to gauge their commitment to quality jobs at ATL. We are hopeful that all the companies in the running will understand that Atlanta is a city that values the workers at its airport. Our initial recommendation is of Delaware North and ARM will be sent to Council in the coming days. We'll continue to update the city as this process moves forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Ron Shakir and Decrimilization Douglas after that, and then Reverend Barbara Davis.
Ron Shakir, Southwest Atlanta. I really can't stand here and speak out or say anything without speaking of the violence that has taken place with machine gun fire. It appears that happened in the West Coast, Las Vegas area. And I think that it speaks to the lack of courage or focus of priorities that we have as citizens and mostly as leaders when we do not formulate policies that bring people together, that help stabilize communities, that have educational curriculum that build people's self-esteem, that allows communities to have curriculum that teach character building, to address problems in their communities, to get to know one another. There's too much disrespect. There's too much no consideration for the mental health and the needs that communities have. And then we do this all over the world. The same machines and equipment and tools that bomb and strike and kill and strike down lives and break up families are being used on the streets of America. And it's almost like every weekend, every day. But what happened yesterday was a very horrific situation that occurred. But it's not far from many of us when we realize the entertainment, the language that's used in our community, the disruptions that's used in our community, the impact of people that don't have homes, the impact of mothers and fathers and seniors whose lives are constantly being disrupted. Let's be careful about the lives that we have to interact with one another. And let's be careful to the fact how we got here today. We got here because we was able to maneuver ourselves in and out of traffic, that we had to be able to use public streets. Well, what about the public good for the welfare of the mental ill, of our educational system, of our communities being stable? They do matter. Let's create peace in our community by treating each other decently. Thank you. Ron Shakir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shakir. Ms. Decrimilization Douglas. Ms. Douglas. Okay. All right. Reverend Barbara Davis. Okay, was anyone else donating time to Reverend Barbara Davis?
Thank you for praying. I don't know, giving me time. Thank you, sister. God bless you. Amen. First of all, something I want to talk about.
Reverend Davis, one second.
Okay.
6 minutes. Yes. Okay, go right ahead.
Amen. Greetings to you all, City Council, from our Heavenly Father and Jesus Christ, His only begotten Son. One reason I am here, and also greetings to Black Chronicle, Mr. Malin Ben Wilson in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. About 90 years old, he took all the newspaper article from slavery to 1956. You all need to read this so you can see why, as people of color, is where you're at today. And after a while, you will be in the situation that we're in when you lose your jobs. So I just want to say that for the people for marijuana, I lost a daughter at the age of 15 to crack cocaine. She started off smoking marijuana in school like I did at Carver High. Somebody put crack cocaine in there. Also, my sister was smoking marijuana. Also, my brother was smoking marijuana. And last year, I talked about my whole family is on marijuana. And a lot of them have died because of marijuana and crack cocaine. So I want you to know it ain't just marijuana. They thinking they smoking, but they putting hydro, they putting embalming fluid and everything else in it. And that's what's causing a lot of young people to rob, steal, and kill. And that's what Jesus Christ been trying to tell us if we don't follow him. But I'm here today to talk about the Queens of Pittsburgh community. Amen. The ones that who's been elected out over 28 years. Our first queen held office over 20 years. That's Cleta Winslow. And our second queen over 6 to 8 years. I'm not for sure in Pittsburgh. They are good people. I have met them. But they didn't do their job right from the beginning. They went to plenty of meetings. They visit a lot of our residents. They came into our business, school, churches, and community reunion. But I can say this about Cleta. After 10 years of her being in office, first she just, dip around like Joyce doing now. But then Cleta went to our funerals. She did visit out their families. Cleta held police roadblocks. Cleta worked with. But Joyce, she only talked to the Pittsburgh Civil League. Joyce, she only talked to the Pittsburgh Community Improvement Association, Pittsburgh Minister Alliance, Salvation Army, and the City of Atlanta Code Enforcement. But Cleta, she cleaned up our streets regularly, even with her hands out there. Joyce, this is the only year I know in July when it's time for elections from the time she been in there to be able to come and clean up our community. And I'm here to tell you that, Joyce, you want us to vote for you again. Really. You want us to vote for you again. But Cleta, she listened to our concerns. Cleta, we had her home phone number. We had her cell phone. We can talk to her. She even come to your house. At the end, she began to wake up and see, amen, that what was happening in our neighborhood, especially by her being in the West End in our African-American, Afrocentric community. At first, it was just fun and power, but she began to see this thing come real. All right, so here I am, 2 years. I've been trying to come up to the office. Cleta met me up there trying to meet Joyce Shepard. Her whole staff know me. I see Joyce at cookout. I stayed back. I didn't go in the front. I went to her jazz on the grass, and I sit back and I watch her. I see her talk to the important people. I see her talking to the white supremacy. I see her talk to the white supremacy in our community. But here I am, just as black as she is, and don't want to talk to me. And I got to scream out and say, Joyce, we got the oppressor in our neighborhood. Joyce, this leader right here, he's the delivery man for drugs. This one right here is the drug dealer, but she would never talk to me. And I just can't understand that because she worked for our neighborhood. But I want you to know, Joyce, I was born, raised, and still live in Pittsburgh. And my mother worked in Buckhead cleaning people's houses, and she was a cook in Peach Creek. So I got a chance to have a lot of little white friends. But that's why I'm the only black female that live in Pittsburgh, is the only pastor born, raised, and lived as a homeowner, a business owner, and a two-church owner. I own half of Welch Street and half of McDaniel Street, and you won't even talk to me. You won't even talk to me. I got a lot to tell you. I got to tell you, last year in September, you was on my street with the white supremacy. They had everybody on there. And you caught me at the end. But at the end, I want you to know this right here. The Mexicans shitting in the bushes of 806, a house I used to own. They wiping their ass with leaves. They come to my house because I got a cross, want some water. But you engaging that foundation the white supremacy. I want you to know this right here. As Officer Turner, I told you at the neighborhood, they tore down a house in 3 days. It was built up. They didn't come to you all and get no permits or anything. And I'm here to tell you, been a month and a week. They ain't worked on the house. So they got a few little Mexicans sneaking in, doing sheetrocks, doing this, doing that. They ain't even violating y'all. But then they got us looking at University Avenue while they're giving us grant money, learning everything that we know. They tell us they gonna hire us so they can get our address, our phone numbers, our email number, so they can know where we live at. I'm downtown from April until last month. They buying houses in Pittsburgh from $3,000 to $6,000, and then yet after 1 year and 1 day, they own our house, and we ain't got nowhere to stay. For 15 years, they bolted up. They wouldn't rent. They wouldn't sell. They wouldn't do nothing until I had to challenge the city of Atlanta 2 years when I was on TV. Then they decided to start on my street. George, you said y'all were going to start on Coleman Street, but y'all on our street now. And by they been on our street, I'm seeing how they did the Mexicans the same way they did us back in this time of me reading this book. And I gave you this book so you can be able to see what's going on out with our people. And Cleta, I want to say to you, you're not even the city council, and you told me to give you a call. She never told me to give her a call. You have came to my house, and I want to say I appreciate that you listen, but they got you out at the wrong time.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
They got you out at the wrong time. You were getting ready to do something.
Thank you, Reverend Davis. Thank you, Reverend Davis. Ms. Shepard.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Can I have your attention, please? Can I have your attention, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for letting me respond to Ms. Davis. So let me just say this. Ms. Davis, I've been in the community with you many a time, and not this year. I've had Pittsburgh now for 4 years. From the time that I inherited Pittsburgh as my council district, I've worked continuously to make a difference in Pittsburgh. The folks that she's saying that are walking Welch Street, in terms of walking what she says is the white supremacist, I would beg to differ. Everybody out there was not white. Everybody out there was not of what she believed, what she said. That was people from the City of Atlanta Public Works Department, the City of Atlanta Planning Department, the City of Atlanta Planning Housing Department, and the Casey Foundation. We're walking the street that day to look at the development of housing on Welch Street. Pittsburgh has over 400 blighted houses in their community. Since I've been in office for the last 4 years, I've worked continuously with every division of the City of Atlanta, including the Annie Casey Foundation, the Housing Department, the Mayor's Office, and everyone to make a difference in Pittsburgh. I've finished up a master plan for the redevelopment of Pittsburgh that was never finished until I got in office. I've walked the streets with the police department, code enforcement, public works to look at the trash and garbage in the street. By the way, this cleanup I had this year was not the first cleanup. I've did many a cleanup in Pittsburgh in the last 4 years. Ms. Davis, I can say that we can agree to disagree. And obviously, you have disagreements with me. So I'm all right with that. I'm really all right with that. I met you at Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh Neighborhood Association. You gave me T-shirts. You gave me a lot of stuff, including that book that I think is excellent. At the time that you were at the Pittsburgh group, she never said a word like she's saying to me today, none of these things. She came to my jazz festival and brought people to the jazz festival that she engaged with me, and I welcomed them. So Ms. Davis is here today, and I appreciate everything you said, Ms. Davis, but I would say to you that a lot of the things you're saying are not true. I am working very hard in Pittsburgh. A huge amount of work has been put in terms of the redevelopment of Pittsburgh. I could go on and on in terms of the list of things. Now, Ms. Davis may have difference of opinion with me in terms of what she believes, what she perceives and perception of what she believes that to be. But I will not sit here and allow her to make it appear as I've done nothing for her in Pittsburgh. And when I'm in the community, of all these meetings I've had in Pittsburgh, Ms. Davis has been there. I've had conversation with her. So to that point.
Reverend Davis, please. Reverend Davis. Yes, sir. Reverend Davis. No, Reverend Davis. Go right ahead, Ms. Shepherd, and we're going to continue on.
So to that point, with Ms. Davis, we can agree to disagree. I still have the utmost respect for you, but I would tell you that some of the things you're saying today are absolutely, categorically not true. But we'll work together. We'll continue to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Our next speaker is Kamal. Please. The next speaker is Kamal Walton. And then after that, Shay Johnson Long. And then Tatiana Lima.
I'm Kamal Walton. I'm going to cede my time to Shay Long.
Okay. All right. Is anyone else conceding time or giving their time to Ms. Johnson Long? Okay. Ms. Johnson Long, you have a total of 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello. My name is Che Johnson Long. I am the organizing director of the Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative. I live in District 4 in Cletus District. And I want to just start by bringing it back to the folks. Who here is here to say yes to reclassifying marijuana? Can you stand, please? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all can sit down. Thank you. So I'm here representing months of organizing. I'm here representing talking to people on the streets, talking to people outside of Walmart. I'm here representing data collection that comes straight from APD and ACDC. I'm here representing the polling and the hard work that's taken place by the folks right here. I am so proud of the people that are here in this room. I want to show solidarity to the airport workers over here. Thank you for being out here. Yes. to say that there's overwhelming support for this legislation to pass today. In a recent poll that I'm sure many of you have seen from Channel 46, the poll showed that 98% of those who took the poll are in support of this legislation passing. Now, that's a pretty high acceptance rate. I'm sure many of the folks up here who are running for mayor would love to see some polling rates like that. Yeah. I've been up here for the past year. I've been talking to you all about this legislation, and to be quite honest, I'm a little disappointed that it's stalled this long. We've been through a total of 5 committee meetings, 2 council meetings, and a work session over the course of a year. In this time, we've lost a community member, DeAndre Phillips, who was shot and killed by an APD officer because he allegedly smelled marijuana. Yeah. We're here to say that enough is enough, that you've had a long enough time, you've heard all the facts, and it's time to make a choice. We've all heard the numbers. So we've all heard that 93% of the people who are arrested for this offense are black. 93%. We know that this city is only 53% black. And so one could say that an equitable arrest rate would be 53% black, right? Unfortunately, our arrest rate is almost double that. So what we have here is an embarrassing and gross racial disparity here in this city, one that can be remedied today. I want to speak to some of the misconceptions that have been brought up over the course of the year and clarify. So we've heard that marijuana is a gateway drug, but we know that marijuana is not a gateway drug. We know, in fact, and we've known for the past 10 years, that it's actually the criminalization of marijuana that leads to harder drug use. It is the prosecution, it is the jail time that actually encourages people to use harder drugs than marijuana. We know that this is a city ordinance and not a state law. We know that the council here today has the ability to pass city ordinances, and then it's not your job to pass state laws. We understand that. We feel clear about that. The community is very excited for city council to move the work that they're able to move. And then lastly, we understand that public education is key. We understand that people know the difference between legalization and reclassification. This legislation is long overdue, and it's time to make a change. You have the opportunity to make a statement today that racial disparities are not allowed in this city, that racism will not be condoned by this council. To remain silent is to say that you're okay with black lives being lost in this city, that you're okay with racial disparities in this city. So the choice is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tatiana Lima. Okay.
Greetings and power to the people. My name is Tatiana. I am a resident of this city. I am a resident specifically of District 12. Today, the council has the privilege and opportunity to save lives. A vote for reclassification is a vote for the citizens of Atlanta. I ask that you connect with us not as just your constituents, but as human beings deserving of dignity, deserving of the opportunity to live a quality of life. The current system does not increase public safety, but rather it works to exaggerate and perpetuate racial inequalities of arrest and incarceration and prosecution. It funnels our neighbors, the people we share our streets with, our roads with, sometimes break bread with. It funnels them into the system who otherwise would not have been impacted or connected to the system. These people are disproportionately black and brown. That is a fact, despite the fact that marijuana use is about the same across the board of racial groups. A marijuana possession can place somebody on the fringes of society. It impacts housing, student aid eligibility, employment opportunities, child custody determinations, immigration status, the impacts and implications go on and on and on. It can devastate a person's life. Does the punishment fit the crime? When we talk about our criminal justice system, we often talk about does it? Are you okay today saying that your position is that because somebody possesses less than an ounce of marijuana, that they are therefore deserving of their lives being destroyed, of their lives being negatively impacted? I ask that your position be in favor of dignity and in favor of your constituents, but more importantly, be in favor of what makes sense, morally, ethically, financially. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Lynn Morrison, and then after that, Ms. Andre Jordan, and then Ms. Marissa Dotson.
Hi, my name is Lynn. I was here a couple of months before you talking about the same bill, the marijuana reclassification. And I also want to speak on to the fact that it's not a gateway drug. I can stand before you today and say that I smoke marijuana, and I'm not going to stop because it has saved my life. I was born with HIV, not born, but I was diagnosed with HIV about 10, 12 years ago, and I couldn't walk barely. I was weak, but marijuana gave me a will to live. It gave me the energy to eat and the energy to move around when I didn't have that before. So when you say that marijuana is a gateway drug, I've been smoking since I was 16, and I'm 49. I've never done crack. I've never done crystal meth. I've never done ecstasy, heroin, all the other things that does send you over the edge with marijuana. I've never done those things. I know people throughout my life that has never done that, but yet smoke marijuana. But to go to jail for an ounce or less and have a felony put on you for the rest of your life is ridiculous. You can't get a job. You can't work anywhere. You can't get food stamps. You cut off from all kind of aid that can help sustain your life when you slap with a felony. And I think it's cruel to keep doing that in this day and time. When times are changing, the world is changing. People are changing and seeing things differently than before. Marijuana was criminalized to keep black and brown people down. We know this for a fact. It's been done for God knows how long, for decades now. We have an opportunity here to change the way it's seen and viewed in this country, especially in this state. I can fill this room up right now with people who have went to jail for marijuana, have lost their jobs, can't get a job today behind that. And do you think it's fair to keep doing that today with all the injustice going on right now? So I wanted to say that part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morrison. Ms. Andre Jordan.
Giving honor to the Spirit of Christ, everyone that's here. If we confess our sins, He is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. 1 John 1:9. God told me I can't take His glory for what He has done in me. His gift was given to help us to be just, not to deceive, not to defraud and commit mischief or treachery, or any sin contrary to sound doctrine. Thus said the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and make flesh his arm, and whose heart departed from the Lord. Jeremiah 17:5. The gift Jesus gave me is for the saving of souls and lives. When you choose to use it for your purpose, you take credit and benefit. It will become a curse for you. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. Matthew 10:37. I can't honor sin in my children, and they shouldn't honor sin in me. Jesus says, don't give glory to my children for what Christ has done in me. Jesus said, don't give glory in myself because He's doing the work, not me. The wife is bound by the law as long as the husband liveth. But if a husband be dead, she is liberty to be married to whom she will, only in the Lord. 1 Corinthians 7:34. The Lord told me, James Montgomery will hurt my ministry, but I asked Jesus to give him a chance. What God said to him is true, and I regret giving him a chance. I sought praying with him, reading scripture to him to change the prophecy. So it's time for me to fight as Christ says. When we disobey Christ, we ask for death. When we obey Christ, we ask for life. Life is to obey Jesus Christ. James Montgomery don't believe in a holy marriage and believe in treating me like a dog. So why should I want to marry him?
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Next speaker is Marissa Dodson.
Good afternoon. My name is Marissa Dodson. I'm the Public Policy Director at the Southern Center for Human Rights. I'm also an attorney. I'm just here today to offer some perspective about statewide reforms and criminal justice reform generally, and advocate that you all vote in favor of this ordinance around reclassifying marijuana today. The first point I'll make, and there seems to be some confusion of this kind of along the way, is when we're thinking about reclassification of marijuana, what does that say, or how does that reflect on state laws or statewide initiatives around criminal justice reform? And I will say that for the last several years, the state has been intentional around dealing with drug crimes in a different way, thinking about keeping people in their communities instead of sending them to prison. There has been a lot of effort to deal with other types of more serious, harmful drugs, and we haven't spent a lot of time at the statewide level thinking about marijuana. But I will say this. The concept of using our facilities of incarceration to put people in jail or to prison because of something that we recognize it does not pose the kind of public safety risk that those institutions were created for is the point, right? That we would not send people into a cage because of behavior that we recognize is not criminal or risky to the community, in that it costs us more money to put them in than it would be to keep them out. Another point of confusion is around reclassifying for fine only versus decriminalizing and making this so that it wouldn't be a crime at all. That is not my understanding of what this ordinance does. I think it's important that we all are on the same page with regards to what we would be trying to do, which is, again, not send people into jail because of this, but find an alternative way to address the conduct. What this does, it saves money, right? It gives us the benefit of getting the fine paid without the cost to taxpayers to have to pay for their incarceration. When you're thinking about how this issue, that quickly, I'm so sorry. Okay, thank you for your time.
You made your point, though. Okay, the next three speakers are Chanel Mathis, Dean Steed, and Margie McLeod. Okay. All right, Dean Steed. Is anyone else going to donate their time to Dean Steed?
Good morning, Council. My name is Dean Steed.
1 second. I'm sorry. Were you donating your time as well? Oh, okay. Go right ahead. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Dean Steed, and I am an organizer with the Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative. I'm grateful to be here today because I really believe that this legislation is something very transformative for our communities. I've heard a lot of talk about the impact of drug use, but I want to make clear that the issue here is not drug use. The issue here is racism. The real danger to our communities is not the use of marijuana nor the possession of marijuana. The real threat to our community is the use of police officers who possess the authority to racially profile, target, arrest, and even at worst murder our people. It was not the use nor the possession of marijuana that led to DeAndre Phillips' death. It was APD. It was Officer Yasin Abdullahad, who knew that he could use the smell of marijuana to justify an unfair stop, an encounter that eventually led to someone's murder. And this law has been used as an excuse for decades because of this failure of a war on drugs that has become a war on our communities. And so we have to be able to talk about the devastating impacts of what it means when you are sending someone to jail for 6 months, 180 days in a cell for nothing but the possession of a small amount of marijuana. How many of you on City Council have spent time inside of a jail cell, have had your livelihood put at risk? 180 days in jail, you will lose your job. People are losing their homes. We worked with a young student from Spelman who was racially targeted because her and her friends who were non-black were all at Piedmont Park and had a small ounce of marijuana, but she was the only one arrested because she was black. And now her school, her scholarship is in jeopardy. She was a brilliant student on her way to study abroad in Japan. That is now in jeopardy. This has a devastating impact on people's lives. And I think that it's time that we really show, as a city, we value our people instead of investing resources into this failure of a drug war. We need to replace all of these officers that are into our communities with social workers, with better living conditions, with actual affordable housing, with actual access to health care. And I know that there are some concerns around implementation, but Chief Shields has said that she is in support of this and that this can be implemented. So it is not APD that is getting in the way in this moment. It is up to you all to pass this legislation. And you all have the power to do that. You all have the power to stand on the side of the people. We had over 300 petitions signed in support of this legislation. The constituents in your district want to see an end to people's lives being thrown away, to $1,000 fines, to people being thrown into cages. Atlanta needs to show that it actually cares about its people and not just its investments and its profits. We ask you all today to lead with your hearts. Show that you value the communities that you say that you serve. We are looking for a new Atlanta, Atlanta that does not throw its people away. Thank you.
Thank you. Marjorie McLeod. Ms. Marjorie McLeod. Marjorie McLeod.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm for the ounce. I'm for not put. Everybody deserves a second chance, and I'm not for the marijuana under the ounce. The children, so many black boys is getting arrested, and everybody deserves a second chance. And what I'm saying, everybody went to college. I have hopes went to college. Somebody had to experience marijuana at one time, and everybody deserves a chance and under an ounce. But what I'm saying, that during the 60s, you had your flower children, and now the flower children is what? Mayors, okay, city councils, teachers. So what I'm just saying that everybody deserves a second chance, and please pass. Keisha Bottom, I'm in your district. Think about it, all right? Because so many grandmothers out there can't afford to get those children out of jail. They need education, okay? They need education. So if you do found them, what you need to educate them, that's all we need. We don't need the boys be going to jail. You running, mothers getting their children taken away from them under the ounce. They ruined the whole family. You got to think about the family. And I know how you feel about situation, but change your mind. Just think about it. So how many of these young boys is in jail? How many young girls in jail? The family count. So to me, I'm a grandmother. I'm not for a marijuana for what? I'm going to tell them under the ounce. They're going to jail for what? How many? They ruin their life. Everybody deserves a second chance. That's all I'm here for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McLeod. The next three speakers are Destry Carasquilli, and I may have mispronounced that name, apologies in advance, Matthew Charles Cardinale, and Stephen Chapman.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Destry Carasquillo, and I'm the owner of Rio's Italian Ice food truck and also a board member of the Food Truck Association of Georgia. We're here today to ask for your help. Food truck legislation has not been addressed in Atlanta, in the city of Atlanta, since 2011 or 2012. Since then, the landscape has changed. We have many more trucks now than what were in place at the time in 2011, 2012. Our organization, FTAG, Food Truck Association of Georgia, currently has just under 50 food trucks who are licensed, but we have nowhere to work. We have nowhere to vend because the right-of-way legislation that is in place is outdated. The only place for the food trucks to vend currently in the city of Atlanta are around Government Walk. That's the only location that we have that we can vend at daily. And the way the food truck business has changed here in the landscape, like I had just mentioned, with the amount of trucks, we just need more locations. I know there was an amendment made earlier, or I apologize, they tried to work on some locations for food carts and kiosks south of Little 5 Points. And we would like to have the current legislation amended to include food trucks because we've been left out. So although you have many different areas downtown Atlanta where food carts and food kiosks can be set up and people can sell from the carts, there just aren't those locations for the food trucks. We understand that these kind of changes, we would need the help from the Finance Committee, Zoning Committee, and Community Development. And as food truck owners and small business owners, we're just looking for the opportunity to make a living. We have, like I said, 50 trucks that are just in our group, the Food Truck Association of Georgia, and we're just looking to help all of the food trucks be able to make a living and find places to work. Thank you
very much. Cardinale.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Matthew Charles Cardinale. I have a few things to talk about. First of all, I support the Housing Commission revisions proposed by Nadalyn Archibong, 17-0-1569. Second of all, I support the 17-0-1152 decriminalization. I hereby incorporate all my previous comments that I've made on this matter in full council, committee, work session, the press conference on Friday, but I will add one thing, which is that if we adopt it, this stands to improve the relationship between communities and the police. Because what happens right now is if somebody witnesses or is a victim of a harmful, violent crime, they don't even want to call the police because if there's a smell of marijuana, the next thing you know, they're going to be dead. So if we actually want to have a better relationship between the police and the community, we would pass this ordinance. I also support the personal paper being proposed by Carla Smith to create a height bonus area designation, which would be a citywide voluntary inclusionary zoning policy where NPUs can designate a height bonus area. This would supplement the mandatory inclusionary zoning proposals that are currently on the table for the Beltline Overlay District and the West Side. And it would give us needed flexibility over incentives while providing for new affordable units in multifamily. Finally, as you know, I'm calling for a right to make public comment in work sessions. And this right needs to be clarified, not codified, because based on my research in the Charter, per Article 2, Chapter 3, Section 203, we already are supposed to be providing a reasonable opportunity for public comment in all full council meetings and committee meetings. And work sessions, while they are not regularly recurring meetings, are meetings of standing committees. So I believe that right already exists, and I have a legislative solution for how to clarify it. And if you can indulge me for just 1 minute, I just wanted to say that I've been keeping Councilman Martin and Ms. Boone, Commissioner Boone, in my prayers. I know a lot of us are very happy to see that they're both doing well, and I just encourage both of them to not be discouraged, to not be fearful, to keep holding town hall meetings, keep going out in your community, and don't be afraid to continue your public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cardinale. Ms. Chapman.
Good morning. I want to address the issue of the ordinance of decriminalization of marijuana, and I want to be very clear about decriminalization. We all know that if it's decriminalized, that means no criminal intent. So the fines and everything else would be kind of done away with if it's really decriminalizing it. But I just want to make sure that we know that marijuana was officially illegal because of the illegal immigrants in Mexico, and propaganda was made against those guys to make sure that weed was illegal. But also hemp. Our ancestors were using hemp for clothing and paper and stuff, and that was a direct against the cotton industry. So I just want to make sure that we know that these laws that are here today to oppress black and brown people, we know that it was a lie in the beginning, so why continue and perpetuate the lie? Alcohol and cigarettes acquire thousands and thousands of deaths a year. Marijuana, zero. We all know that all our college students, so many vast majority of them smoke while they're in college. Our President Obama did as well. And we know that this is something that we didn't bring here. We don't have it in our backyard. It gets here somehow. But our citizens and especially our black and brown youth are suffering from it drastically. Our lives are being turned upside down. And I can see if our father brought it in, but some foreign agent that we don't know brings it in and plants it in our community. So let's just be aware of that when we handling our business and making our votes, that it ain't our kids' fault. We lock them up and throw away the key, but it ain't our kids' fault. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chapman. Deacon Casey Cameron.
Good afternoon, Deacon Casey Cameron at First Congregational Church, UCC, in downtown Atlanta. Now, one of the things I want to talk about is road pavement, especially in Vine City, English Avenue community on Joseph Boone. That street's been messed up months. The Georgia Dome is now built. So when are you all going to start fixing up the community? Now, for us, like with the marijuana thing, now, you also should give people a second chance. But those who got preconditioned should be able to get marijuana. Everybody don't want to smell marijuana. And I hope and pray that we don't put another compulsive liar in the mayor's office. Because by you all closing the Peach Street and Pine, one of the largest shelters, and put people on the streets, it's really ridiculous. And now you want to be the mayor of the city of Atlanta. Enough is enough from all these games, because y'all do things backdoor, but then y'all don't really come out to the community and talk to the people. Select people y'all come and talk to, and then say everybody want it. I don't remember talking about it. So I'm just telling you, you all need to straighten up. Get out of public office, because enough is enough. It's bad enough that when half of us come down and wants to speak, y'all want to give us 2 minutes. But it didn't take us 2 minutes to put you all in office. Start showing us respect as we try to show you all.
All right, thank you. The next speaker is Amari Foster. To whom? All right. And Ms. Scott, you're next. Is she not here? Did she step out? Hey, Ms. Scott, you've got 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. I just want to say thank you. Sometimes we come and we ask you to stand up for communities for a number of things. Today we're coming to thank you for your vote to decriminalize black people, decriminalize marijuana, because it appears today is a litmus test. Today is the day that you've been waiting for. Today is the day that you asked to represent the city of Atlanta And we're asking you to represent the people that elected you. We're asking you to represent the mothers that have to pay bail. We're asking you to represent the children that cannot go to school because they lose their financial aid. We're asking you to represent those that can't afford to be here right now because they're at work, at school, trying to make a living. We're asking you to do what you said you would do when you were elected, is to represent the constituency of this city. So today is the day. Congratulations. Today is the day. October the 10th is the last day to for voter registration. And so my first question to you all, are you all registered to vote? And will you vote on November 7th? And will you vote on the runoff on December 5th? So, will you work for or against candidates? Yes. This is the day. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to help you. Today is the day. This is the report card. This is the first question on the test. Where did you stand when the constituents came and begged you to do the right thing for their children, for their grandchildren? Where were you? Where were you? You can't say that you love black children, and black children are saying that they need your help today. You can't say it's a gateway when evidence says it's not. You can't say that you stand on the backs of civil rights leaders when we know they smoked. You can't say that you believe in President Obama when he said he smoked. So we can't get righteous today and say that we're not going to do this because of this, that, and the other when the evidence suggests otherwise. So today is the day that I want to thank you for doing the right thing for the citizens of Atlanta, for doing the right thing for every black boy that's down at that city jail because they were driving while black, got busted because they had a joint in the car. So we can't talk about criminalizing black people and we say that this is one piece of legislation that won't fix it all, but it would help. So do your part. We've done ours. The Evidence Solutions Not Punishment has been working on this for years. They've done the data. They've worked with the police department. The police department. We all stand in coalition. It's up to you. So I'm roll calling today. Andre Dickens, are you with us? Mary Norwood, are you with us? Michael Julian Bond, I have known you since 1983, and your family. Are you with us today? Good luck.
All right, thank you. Hold on. I'm going to be really honest. Here we go. Our next speaker, come up, please. Our next speaker, trust me, the vote's coming soon enough, so you're going to see this soon. The next speaker is Joel Caldwell.
Oh, he yielded his time to me. Thank you. So, I believe we were on Michael Julian Bond. Are you with us?
Miss Scott.
Are you with us, Michael? Come on.
Miss Scott, you're Miss Scott. No, wait, you, Miss Scott. Wait, Miss Scott, can you hold on for a second? Where is Mr. Caldwell? Have him come back in, and then I'm going to call someone else, and then have him come back in, okay? All right. Ms. Tanya Washington.
I'm not elected anymore. I also want to yield my time as well. Yes. And so all right. And Mr. Franzen yielded his time to me as well. So, okay. First of all, I want to talk about Mr. and Mrs. Darden from Peoplestown. They had a press conference this morning. They have lost their suit to stay in their houses. Mr. and Mrs. Darden are a special couple. As a matter of fact, when they bought that house, they asked their pastor to come to the front lawn. And the pastor and the Dardens prayed on that house because they had realized what? The American dream. Mr. and Mrs. Darden, thank God for the blessing that was their house, and they raised their children in that house. And now the city's coming along and telling them they got to move. But that's not all. Every city council member, it is my understanding except one, voted for every ordinance, paper, resolution that came before them to move the Dardens out of their house. And then they have the audacity to get up in public and say, therefore, development without displacement. Shame sure enough. Shame sure enough. And then the other reason I'm here is to talk about the decriminalization of marijuana. I'm going to disagree with my friends and allies. It is not a gateway drug. It is a gateway drug to mass incarceration, is what it is. It's not a mass incarceration. It is not a gateway drug to harder drug use. It's a gateway to the jailhouse. And if you do it for the students at Georgia Tech and Georgia State. Do it for the students at the AU Center, at the colleges we say we love so much. But just don't do it for those students. Do it for the brothers and sisters that never see the inside of a college. See for all those brothers and sisters from Bankhead to Simpson, to Camilton Road, to Cleveland Avenue, to McDonough Boulevard. Do it for all those brothers and sisters who the policeman told me about. You know what the policeman, APD officer told me? I've said it before, but it bears repeating. He said, Senator Ford, they don't profile folk in Buckhead and call the drug dogs. They do it in Southwest Atlanta. That's what he told me. Honest to God, we know what's going on. And for us, and let me tell you this, Brother Hall, I hope it passes. Me too. Let's take the politics out of this. Because if it waits until January, that's hundreds of more children, of our children, that are going to be incarcerated between now and then. So I implore you, take the politics out. Don't say, oh no, Hall going to get a victory or Fort going to dance on the victory. Don't think about it. Think about that you have an opportunity to create a more free, a more just, and equal Atlanta. That's what this is about. This is one of them days the preacher called a day of reckoning. It's a day of reckoning. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? This day. So I am glad to be here with my friends on council, my friends in the audience. God bless you for what you do. Thank you.
Senator Ford. Senator Ford. I have a question for you.
Ms. Bottoms.
I have a question for you, Senator Ford.
I didn't know this was the regular order of business, but we do this at the state capitol. Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you pass this at the state level where it can actually make a difference?
No, I'm so glad. Let me finish.
Okay.
I'm so glad you asked that question. Because if you took the time to send your staff to the computer, you will see that I'm an author of a bill to defelonize marijuana at the state capitol. So don't try to score political, don't try to score political points with me, because scoring political points ain't helping those children over at the city jail.
I didn't ask you what you introduced. I said, why didn't you
introduced a bill to defelonize marijuana.
Okay.
Did you pass it?
I know
Miss Bottoms.
I know to pass
Wait a minute.
Miss Bottoms, wait.
Don't try to score political points. You'll be able to score political points when that vote goes up on the board.
You are not
That's when you're going to be able to score political points with me.
Miss Bottoms. Senator Ford.
I am asking a question. I am asking that he specifically answer my question.
Senator Ford.
Score political points when it come up on that board.
Senator Ford.
Let's do that.
Miss Bottoms, we're done. We're done.
No,
Miss Bottoms. No, this is not Miss Bottoms. No,
with all due respect, Mr. President,
you can make
I
a
am
statement.
not done.
This is not a no.
With all
I
due
am
respect,
not done. I asked a question.
Respect the young
order.
people of the city.
Point of
Please
order.
respect the seat.
Respect
Please
the young
respect the
people
order.
of this city.
Mr. Ford, Senator Ford. Please. Senator Ford, we're done. Please step away. Ms. Bottoms, this is not a work session. This is not a moment to have back and forth and ask questions. I thought you were going to make a statement. You can make a statement.
I will make a
You can make a statement.
But
Don't make this a back and forth.
Wait a minute.
We just got back from a barrel.
Wait a minute.
Just make a statement. Don't make this a question back and forth.
This is not about a mayoral debate, because you just mentioned that.
But let's
and hold on, Mr. President. I have a point of personal privilege.
You do.
I have an opportunity to speak, and I have an opportunity to ask my question. Let me finish. My question was not what you introduced, it was what did you pass. So I wanted to make sure that he understood my question. And the reason I asked that question is because you have not taken the opportunity at the state level to pass this law where it actually makes a difference. You are engaging.
It makes a difference right now. It makes a difference right now in the lives of our children.
It does not make a difference.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Miss Bottoms.
It does.
Miss Bottoms.
It does.
Miss Bottoms.
And I am going to conclude.
Miss Bottoms.
Mr. President.
Wait. Miss Bottoms.
Mr. President, you will let me finish my comments, Mr. President. If you will let me finish, I will wrap it up.
Miss Bottoms. Please bring your voices down. Miss Bottoms. I'm indulging the opportunity to make a statement. This is not an opportunity to ask questions back and forth. Senator Ford, thank you. Thank you, Senator Ford. Please. Now, Ms. Bottoms, you're free to make a comment, but this is not going to be a back and forth inquiry. Make your statement.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Please.
Before you interrupted me, I was attempting to conclude my statement.
Finish your statement. I apologize. This is not a moment in time for questions back and forth. Make your statement.
He has left the podium. But
he is not going to be at the podium, Ms. Bottoms. He's not, because he's not going to respond to what you're going to say.
Well, thank you for speaking for Senator Ford. Thank you.
Make your comment. This is not going to be a back and forth.
I made my comment, Mr. President.
All right, next speaker is Representative Mabel Thomas here. All right, our next speaker is Ms. R.R. Harris.
Hello, everybody. My name is R.R. Harris. I am a proud Georgia Stand Up Leadership Academy. Yes, Ms. Scott. Thank you. That's why I stand before you. Last council meeting, I was here concerned about the suppression of 2,500 votes coming from the Adamsville community. We have not heard from anyone as of yet, perhaps because I didn't leave my contact information. So if you would please take it down. It's called AdamsVille2020@gmail.com. We need your comments. We have talked to the new charter school that is there that replaced Adamsville Primary. We've had 2 meetings with the Condesi School West. They are in agreement that we can hold our voting in the back of the school. So I wasn't sure if that was clarified. Adamsville primary is closed, but the new school said it's okay if we use that as a voting poll. I told you last time that I was told the difference between the winner of the mayor's race was only 800. I'm hoping that our 2,500 votes are what you want and need to take you to where you want to go. Therefore, we need to hear from you because we are told you we're going to educate our residents. Right after that meeting, we had a meet and greet at Collier Park Recreation Center. For the past 15 years, we have raised over $200,000. We were told either we pay $60 or get out the building. That is not right. We could not even hear from our District 10 representatives, nor could we hear from our school board. And we know, I got an email, there was another organization that held a meeting at a recreation center, and I want to know if they had to pay. Because we were told if I didn't write the check right then, we had to leave, and that is not fair. So we're just asking you, if you're concerned about us, you're concerned about 2,500 voters, please contact us at adamsville2020 at gmail.com. And I love what the other person said, that in Atlanta, there's going to be a new Atlanta in 2018, and we're going to make sure those people support the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. The next speaker is Ms. Gloria Tatum.
Wait a minute, Joe.
Hey, President Cesar Mitchell. I'm Joel Caldwell. I want to yield my time to Ms. Scott.
Okay, after Ms. Tatum. Thank you very much, Mr. Caldwell. Ms. Tatum.
Hello, my name is Gloria Tatum. I'm a great-grandmother. I have white and black great-grandchildren. I do not want to see my black great-grandchildren go to prison while my white great-grandchildren go to college because of the way...
Hold up.
Because of the way the police in this city and other cities, they police one way in Bankhead and another way in Buckhead. Now, scientific evidence does not support claims that marijuana serves as a gateway to other harder drugs. This is according to the Benjamin Center for Public Policy, the National Academy of Science, and the Rand Corporation Drug Policy Research Center. Scientific evidence does not prove this. Now, I was alive in the 60s, and I understand why some people who lived through that may think that there is a connection. There was a culture in the 60s of experimenting with everything. People were experimenting with LSD, with marijuana, with cocaine, with heroin, with sex, with religion. They were experimenting with everything, but for some reason marijuana got blamed for all of that, and that's not fair. This is not 1960. This is 2017. It's a different culture. But what is happening today, according to data from the APD, shows that over 90% of arrests for the charge of possession of marijuana are black people, especially young black men. So please, this has been tied up in a racism forever. Please stop the racism that's around marijuana.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Ms. Scott, you come forward, and I'm going to grant you 2 minutes that was yielded by 2 minutes that were yielded by Mr. Caldwell. But I'll just say this for the purpose of the public, is that no council member is obligated to say how they're going to vote before the vote actually comes up. Now, you're welcome to comment in the way and ask questions, but there's no requirement for council members to respond.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, you may.
Will the vote be on the board longer than a minute so we can take a picture of it?
It'll be on there long enough for you to take a picture.
Thank you.
Yes, go right.
Get your cameras ready. And thank you for being very mayoral. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, Felicia Moore, are you with us? Thank you. Yolanda, are you with us? Yes, thank you. Howard Shook, can we count on you today? Okay, we'll wait and see. Alex Wan, are you with us today? Thank you. Madeline Archibong. Oh, okay. All right. Miss Winslow.
I still have some questions.
Okay. I'm sure they're going to answer them. They'll be able to answer them. Ivory Young. Thank you, sir. Kwanzaa Hall, I know you're with us. Yes. Carla Smith? Yes. Okay. So it looks like it's up to you, Keisha. So, first of all, I want to thank you for speaking out at the stand-up forum and for the press conferences and the commercials that came after that from the forum. Because even the commercials really, touched my heart about you being so passionate about the equity issues in Atlanta. So I guess I have a couple of questions about how you voted on Turner Field and whether that was an equitable issue. And how you're voting on this. Because the rhetoric is not matching the votes. So maybe we can change that today. I really hope we can. Because as a sister, I really wish you well. I really do. But I want to also say that we are educating, advocating, and mobilizing for this election in a very nonpartisan way. We're going to do it based on issues. Not personalities, not long-standing relationships, but issues. And this is issue number one. Thank you.
Ms. Bottom. Thank you. Ms. Bottom, would you like to make a comment?
Oh, I get to talk now? Okay, thank you. So in response to the question, first of all, thank you for that as it relates to the other issue. But I don't know if it's appropriate for me to respond now or if you'd like to wait until the legislation comes up. I will be happy to respond, but I can wait until the legislation comes up so that I can. Because Ms. Scott directly referred to you, I was going to give you an opportunity to make a comment. So, Ms. Scott, you have probably heard me say multiple times that I support the sentiment. And I've also said multiple times, I do not want blood on my hands. And by that, I mean, I don't think there's a person in this room who better understands the impact of drugs in our community.
Why would you say that?
So let me finish. My father was incarcerated for many years on a drug-related offense. I have also dealt with addiction within my family. I've also spoken with people who use marijuana, who use crack cocaine, and who use other drugs, and what they have told me is that they believe that alcohol is more of a gateway drug than marijuana is. So let me be clear. It is not that I do not support people having the freedom to use and have marijuana. Where I am most concerned is that as a city, and this goes to the question I asked earlier, are we sending an irresponsible message to people in this city about the possession of any drugs? Because the fact of the matter is this. If you have possession of marijuana less than an ounce, and you are stopped by an APD officer, there is absolutely nothing that this city council can legislate that will stop that officer, that can stop that officer from being able to take you to the Fulton County Jail and book you into jail. If we as a council say that we are decriminalizing marijuana, the possession of marijuana, there is nothing that stops the Georgia State Patrol, Georgia State University Police, Georgia Tech Police, Morehouse, Spelman, Clark, World Congress Police, or any other entity in this city with arrest powers, there's nothing we can legislate that stops them from having the ability to book you into the Fulton County Jail. So my concern is this.
Hold up.
APD is one entity. We do not have the state power or authority to make APD officers arrest, not arrest, book into Fulton County Jail, or book into the Atlanta jail. We can make it known, but I am concerned about this, that if there is an 18-year-old college student with marijuana in their possession, we are expecting them, one, to know you are in the city of Atlanta, not in South Fulton, not in East Point, not in College Park, not in Roswell. You are within the city limits of Atlanta. We are also expecting them to know that if you are stopped, that you can still go to jail. So as we talk about equity and we talk about concerns about people being unfairly arrested, you will then have the same 18-year-old college student potentially resisting arrest because they think they are within their rights to have marijuana in the city of Atlanta. And there is nothing as a city legislative body that we have the authority to do. That is why I asked the question, may I finish? That is why I asked the question, why didn't we do it at the state level where it means something? Because where you've seen it done in other places, it's done at the state level. It is not done at a municipal level.
Whoa, no. Ms. Bottoms, continue.
Clarkston is a very small city in this state. Clarkston is not Atlanta, and when people say that they live in Atlanta, when they say they are in Atlanta, they are sometimes in places that are not in the city of Atlanta limits. And that has been my point from day one. I am concerned that it is irresponsible legislation. So, let me just.
This is not.
And
Ms. Scott,
I'm going to say this.
1 second, Ms. Bottoms. Ms. Scott, you can actually sit down because you're not going to be responding. Please.
So,
you have already. Ms. Scott. May
I finish?
Please, Ms. Scott.
May I
Ms.
finish?
Scott, please.
What
Please,
I would like to hear, and so the law department can be prepared to address this, I would like to hear from the law department if we as a legislative body have the authority to direct, one, our police officers and also our judges not to incarcerate people for possession of marijuana in the city of Atlanta.
Ms. Bottoms. The question you're asking, Ms. Bottoms, and I'm going to call a point of order, and I'm going to rule that out of order. We are going to have a conversation as a body very, very shortly. In fact, this is going to be the first committee report. The law department is going to have an opportunity to respond, and those who are here will be able to hear that response. I offered you the opportunity to make a comment, but not to start a course of inquiry.
I am asking them to be prepared when the legislation comes up, Council President Mitchell.
You know what you can do? You can actually have them do that now. You don't have to talk about that on mic. We're going to move forward now with the rest of the comments.
Point of order, President Mitchell. Point of order. I asked you before I started, did you want me to wait until the legislation came up? You said no. I'm asking them to be prepared when the legislation comes up.
Councilmember Bottoms.
Why don't you handle the meeting the way you are attempting to handle me today?
Councilmember Bottoms, the questions you're asking the law department you can do when we bring this up. Okay? I gave you an opportunity to make comments.
I asked them, President Mitchell, so they can be prepared when the legislation comes up.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bottoms. The next speaker is Tim Franson. Mr. Franson, you're up. Okay. Kareem Allah. Kareem Allah?
Atlanta. I'm a veteran from the Vietnam era. And every time I go to the Veteran Administration Hospital for treatment, they try to give me pills and medicine that does nothing for my condition. And I have to tell them that the only medicine I take is marijuana. Marijuana is a healing herb for the upliftment of mankind. It's a spiritual herb. It's an herb for the healing of mankind. I have been arrested 2 times in the last 6 years for the possession of marijuana. That has done great harm to me, and I am tired of the fact that this medicine that helps my condition is a upliftment, it's a relaxer, and it clears pain. And I am warning that if the city of Atlanta police arrest me again for the possession of small amount of marijuana, I have prepared a brief to bring a lawsuit against the city for locking me up for marijuana, because it's not illegal. Marijuana is a healing herb, and it's not illegal. And I have a right to use the medicine of my choice. Thank you very much.
Mr. Aaron Gregory. Mr. Aaron Gregory. Mr. Aaron Gregory. Mr. Aaron Gregory. All right. Charnette Trimble.
My name is Charnette Trimble, and I'm president of Westmont Estates Community Action Group, zip code 30310, District 4, where most of the arrests are taking place for a small amount of weed, which you really can't even get high on, but yet you go to jail. Now, we have a terrible situation going on, and it's a fight, it's a war against our young black men. It costs $90,000 to house somebody out there on Rice Street. That's a full ride at any Ivy League school in the United States of America. What could we do with $90,000? But they come in and they come out worse than they were. His name was Tyrone. He come out, his name is Teresa. And it's true. You destroy the black male, you destroy the black family unit. The problem is leadership or lack thereof. And I'm saying District 4, and you listening to me real good. I want forward District 4. All the residents in District 4 to hear my voice and see my face. According to this vote today by your council member, if it's against the community's wishes, you represent us, not yourself. You vote for us. And if you don't vote for us, we will see you October 16th, early vote, and I will see you November 7th, and if it's a runoff, I will see you December 5th. But I guarantee you, if my name ain't Charnette Trimble, I'm going to make sure each and every one of you who votes against our black people, you will not be in office in January.
All right. Okay. About the election day. Okay, yes. Ms. Moore wanted me just for the benefit of the public to make a clarification on the election date is November the 7th. And so that obviously, and the runoff is December the 5th. Second, that's a Tuesday? The second. Okay.
Early vote. It's early vote.
Okay. All right, our next speaker is Sharon Rammert, or Raymond. Thank you, Raymond. My apologies.
I've written down something because I usually get sidetracked up here. I'm a mom, and this is a very important issue to me. So good afternoon, Council. We're here again. I appreciate all of you being here. My name is Sharon Rayburn. I'm the founding director of Peachtree Normal, the national organization to reform marijuana laws. I also work with a lot of addicts. I work with Moms United to end the war on drugs. I'm here representing over 12,000 members in Georgia. Atlanta is hosting an international drug policy conference on October 11th and through 14th. We have invited over 1,500 people from 80 countries. They will be converging on our international city. This vote would potentially allow Atlanta to set the precedent 1 week prior to the world's largest international reform conference. I support, and all of our members support, the actions that you may take today. We wish that you would vote yes, not for us, but for our children and for all these people's kids and future children. You don't have to be pro-cannabis to be anti-prohibition. Prohibition is ripping apart families. It is ripping apart the fabric of our society. I'm sorry, I'm emotional. So today, a yes vote would be a vote for jobs, education, community relations, and harm reduction. This vote will allow our courts and our law enforcement officers to focus on violent criminals and property crimes, crimes that actually have victims. This vote today will show your constituents that their money is being well spent, that you care about what they want, that the future of their children is important to you. This is a step to stop the school-to-prison pipeline, a step to help end discrimination. This is a vote to show the world that we are truly an international city that is too busy to hate. I urge each of you to vote yes to reclassify marijuana possession of up to 1 ounce. Let's do the right thing for our young people. They're in school doing what you asked of them today. Do this for them. We will help educate our children. That should not be a problem. We do that now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Aaliyah Goshen. I pronounce it Goshen. I'm not sure if it's Gaucher, so I apologize in advance.
Hi, everybody. My name is Aaliyah Gaucher. I'm a comedian from Athens. I wanted to tell you that I have seen marijuana improve the lives of my friends. I have seen people suffering from cancer and glaucoma and depression have their lives changed with marijuana. I've also had friends have their lives taken away with the laws that are against marijuana. And I stand before you guys today, humbly asking you, begging you, please do the right thing and vote to decriminalize marijuana. I would like everyone who's brave enough to stand up right now and to repeat after me. I will not be silenced. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the next. Go ahead.
We're supposed to uphold the laws of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The war on drugs is not helping. War begets war. Violence begets violence. The answer now, the answer, it's always been the answer and always be the answer, is love. 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 Have compassion for everyone. Have love for everyone. Do the right thing. Practice what you preach. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For one, for all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is LaDawn Langston. LaDawn Langston. Okay. Tanya Banks. Chris Brown.
Good afternoon. I spent a lot of time sitting in the city of Atlanta, as you guys pretty much raised me since 2005 and basically raised me in both sides of policy. So I kind of look up to you as my elders. As those same elders in the community, I kind of got their support in assuring that we come up with a program that basically attacks the piece of education that you're concerned about. In terms of policy, you know that the state of Georgia grants the municipality the penalty section of granting penalty to the municipality. So you all have the purview to assign that penalty. That's why we reclassify just basically striking out the jail penalty and the jail sentencing to actually do a $75 fine. You're also doing your officers a grand service of giving them discretion. And we know about policies, you all as policymakers give the employees discretion on what policies to follow. And so we spoke about Clarkston. You know, I mean, there's no known issues of Clarkston. The same jurisdiction, the same pieces. We spoke to the solicitor, to which all those state and county state and county offenses, they're given diversion. So even when you come to Atlanta City Jail and you bond out within an hour or two, you still have to come to court the next morning just to be arraigned and sent over and bound over to state court, just to be given diversion. But we're not talking about the policy of when we had property open 24 hours a day that now closed at 4 o'clock. So now the property that you took from me, I have to wait till the next day. And so what about that car I was in? You impounded that vehicle. So now you have a greater impact of the quality of life that a small amount of marijuana, no matter how small it was, it could be a joint, a roach. My friend had my car. I don't even smoke. But that's what you placed me up under. So today you have the opportunity to make things right of what the people are asking of you. It's up under your purview, granted by the state of Georgia. I think you can confer with the law department. It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next speaker is come right ahead. Mr. Wakil, you're up next. Mr. Gregory.
Hello, my name is Aaron Gregory. I'm a business owner from Athens, Georgia. I came here to speak on behalf of everyone in Athens that couldn't make it. I've talked to thousands of people in Athens, hundreds of people in Atlanta. I've gone to business and talked to everyone. I found no one that thinks that this should be a jailable offense. I think it's unconstitutional, it's unethical, and it's immoral to deny citizens access to culturally relevant plants that mankind has been using for hundreds of thousands of years. I was raised by Christian missionaries. In the third day of creation, God said He created the plants and the vegetation. They are good. And now we had man come along and define them as evil. And now we have homicide in the streets. And as far as the people on the list that were here to vote no, Martin, Winslow, Julian, Lance Bottoms. Sorry if I got this wrong. I want to thank you, Kwanzaa Hall. I was over there the other day. That was great. As far as the gateway drug myth, this has been proven to be a gateway out of alcoholism. It's been a gateway out of opioid addiction. These are real things. Now, this is packed. All these people right here, they came here to see you do what's right. We don't see everybody come back with a yes vote. I see those TV cameras up there. That's millions of people. There's millions of us, and they're all here watching you guys right now to see that you're going to do the right thing. And as far as the woman earlier that was asking the gentleman, why hadn't he done nothing? Please, let you be the one that shows the leadership to do this the first time so that we can have, in Athens, we can be free. We want to stand up for that flag. We want the liberty we were promised. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Mr. Wakil.
How y'all doing, man? I miss y'all. So everybody say, "Wow, room, Benny." I did a little something. This is what I'm doing.
However, you come to my house, what you see all the time? Young brothers. So I'm teaching all these young brothers how to vote. And you notice the game department went down. We got these boys taking these flags off. So I'm letting all y'all people know, I know you gone, Keisha, you listen to me. If y'all don't want to listen to us, we're just going to get y'all out of office. That's the way to do it. Y'all putting people out their homes. Let's put y'all out of office. Let's do that. Rest in peace, DeAndre. I love his family. I know all of them. CT, man, you come in the hood, bro. Give me a call. I got you. I'll look out for you. I'll make sure nothing happens to you over there. I'm giving them before you go. I got you, bro. But that's why I say, Kwanzaa, you too, bro. I ain't seen you in a minute, dog. But you know how to pick up the phone or something when I call you? Yeah, I'm talking to you, bro. Y'all take them tight suits off and y'all come to the hood, man. Dress like people. Dress like y'all care about the people, man. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all forgot where y'all come from? This little lady right here comes to the hood to see us, man. This little lady right here, Mary Norwood, and Vincent Ford come to the hood to see us. They come to see how we doing. I see Felicia. I see Ivory. I see Andre. I see them in the hood, man. Don't just come in the hood when it's time to vote. And I'm going to let you know, the street room is everywhere. My next project is Pittsburgh. So I'm going to let you know we're going to teach them how to vote. And we're going to help get that right because APD won't sit at home and give out drugs. Them the ones giving us the weed. You want to know that, right? So as long as y'all got that weed going, y'all rate stay up. You don't want to go over felony because the crime rate going down. Y'all need a rest. So y'all going to lock these young boys up so y'all can keep that fat paycheck downtown. Right? Right? Come on. Oh, nobody hear me now, right? Okay, I hear y'all in November. Because we got to the time to get everybody registered. Yes, I know. And I got a list right there, and I got voters registration in my bag. So that my boys say, man, if the state say y'all can pass it, what y'all gonna do? It's up to y'all. What y'all gonna do? That's why I say my bad. Governor did run all this. And the reverend, the sister was telling the truth. I got in front there to show y'all the training balance, everything around.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Raphael. Next speaker is Heather Olson. Heather Olson.
Hi. My name is Heather Olson, and I'm a member of Housing Justice League, here to speak today on behalf of the reclassifying marijuana ordinance. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled that this is back up to vote today, and today I believe we'll get it done, because I don't think that City Hall wants any more blood on its hands. In fact, the fact that the police target and profile the black youth more than anyone else is criminal. It's systematic racism, and this ordinance must be passed. This is a topic that must be discussed. Decriminalizing marijuana is great, but we need to talk about decriminalizing people. How will we retroactively free the members of our community that have had their lives stripped from them simply for being black and possessing marijuana? I'm also here today to discuss the city's seizing of Tanya Washington and the Dardens homes in Peoplestown to build a Japanese pond. This is absolutely criminal, and I'm confused. I'm confused about the hidden agenda here, considering that a city-hired engineer sent an email stating they don't have to seize these homes to stop flooding. I believe that we can have development and revitalization of neighborhoods without displacing the very members of the community that made those neighborhoods great in the first place. I can't help but see the intersectional struggle here today between this land grab and the marijuana ordinance. Because black lives matter. And it's time that Atlanta stand up and recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Grana. Sarah Grana.
Yeah. Hello, Council. My name is Sarah Grana. I am a 20-year-old college student, a social work major, more importantly. I work full-time, I have a 3.8 GPA, and I smoke marijuana regularly. But most importantly, I'm one of the many people with a severe anxiety disorder that causes me to deal with painful chronic stomach ulcers, and the root problem can be treated with cannabis use. But baby steps. So let's talk about more of the benefits of decriminalizing marijuana. Between 2014 and 2016, 92% of those arrested for possession were black people, and 85% black men. Let's unpack, shall we? If you were to decriminalize marijuana, our jails would no longer be overflowing. People would not spend a good chunk of their life in jail, and they will be able to get jobs to support their families or even finish college. But right now, you're guilty of throwing people into cages. I know outstanding human beings who can't get a good job to support themselves due to criminal charges. They can no longer go to school. Their immigration status is in threat. Black and brown lives do not matter to you, and you are a part of a system of oppression, and you can change that. I want to touch on addiction. Addiction is not and does not equate to what drug you started with. It is an illness. Mental health and addiction services need to be available to all bodies. But that doesn't mean people who use cannabis or even addicts should go to jail. My father, a former drug addict, is for legalizing marijuana because he has come to terms that it is his illness, not the drug he started. The biggest thing that sits on my heart is the life of DeAndre Phillips. May he rest in power. Using the excuse to kill another black man because of possible possession and use, which was never even proven, is criminal. My boyfriend, a black man, got a second chance in New York City because of not being incarcerated while found with possession. But now in Atlanta, I'm frightened every time he is in a car or walking down the damn street. This legislation is imperfect, and my chronic illness is still and will be very present, but it's a step in the right direction that I would love to see Atlanta go towards. I will not stop smoking. I deserve to feel relief, and I deserve better, and so do my fellow citizens of Atlanta.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Terry Gilruth. Terry Gilruth. Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker is, are you ready to go right now?
I am, if it's okay with you, Mr. President.
Yes, Ms. Washington.
So I really, really hope that you all will pass this legislation. Fiscally, it makes sense. We should not be using our police power to put people in jail, to process them, handcuff them, put them through the system, when our police could be dedicating themselves to real crime in this city, right? Our police are understaffed and underpaid. We need them for the work of dealing with crime that actually affects our communities. We don't need to fill the pipeline of folks who are going to be able to provide cheap and free labor through our prisons. We don't need that. We are decimating our communities. I am the mother of 2 black males. I have a brother, father, uncles, and cousins, Grady babies, and I love them all. And I don't want them to lose their futures, lose their homes, their financial aid, their opportunities in life simply for possessing a small quantity of marijuana. We also know that drug use rates are the same across races. So why are we punishing black males and black females? And I think it's also important for us to understand the financial strain that this puts on individuals and communities when they have to pay for legal representation, which is expensive, when they have to pay for probation and fees and court costs, not to mention what they lose in employment opportunities. So this is a no-brainer. Let's save ourselves some money and save some lives.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. Yeah, I was going to call Representative Mabel Thomas if she stepped back out. So when she comes back in, I'll acknowledge her. The next speaker is Neil Sardana. Okay. To whom? Okay. All right. One second, Miss. 1 second. 1 second. Ms. Briante McCorkle. And then I'll get your name. Yes, come forward. Come on.
Hello, everybody. My name is Briante McCorkle. I live in Southwest Atlanta in the 11th District, where a lot of black people live, and especially a lot of young black people. I don't know if you could tell, but I'm a young black woman. My husband is a young black man, and people that look like us are being unfairly profiled in the city for marijuana possession. In this age of Black Lives Matter, in the city that is the home of the civil rights legacy, which everyone says all the time, it is absolutely unacceptable that we are arresting young people, locking them up, and using marijuana as their introduction into the revolving door of the criminal justice system. I walk around the district, I'm talking to my neighbors. A lot of them are absolutely terrified of the young people in our communities. They are concerned about crime in our communities. If we are serious about helping young people, if we're serious about reducing crime, we need to get serious about passing this legislation to change the way we police around marijuana. These young people are being labeled as criminals. Their futures are being destroyed. Is making it harder for them to succeed, is making it harder for our communities to succeed. And I'm hearing these concerns being voiced now. This is not new legislation. We have been talking about this for months. There was a time and a place for those concerns to be addressed, and as council people, I look to you all to raise those concerns. And when you find roadblocks, to find solutions to address those concerns. Instead, I'm hearing a lot of reasons to say no, a lot of reasons not to move forward on this. I am tired of excuses. I need you to figure out what your pathway is to a yes, and work it out. Work it out. That's what we're all looking for y'all to do. And I'll conclude by saying this. The more that we keep our officers focused on people carrying less than an ounce, the less they're paying attention to people who are moving the serious way in our communities and the people who are committing violent crime, like what Councilman Martin and Andrea Boone experienced last night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Representative Thomas, Shannon Reese was going to be next. She's going to have. Are you fine, Shannon? Are you okay? Now, keep in mind, Representative Thomas. All right. Thank you for being here, Representative Thomas.
All right. First, giving honor to God as the leader of my life. It is an honor to be before this distinguished body. Every now and then, I have to come down to sort of go on record of support of progressive legislation, and so basically, I came today to say I'm in support of Quan's Hall's legislation to reclassify marijuana in terms of how much, whether it's an ounce or less. But the reality of it is that I really, today is one of the first times, to be honest with you, body, that I don't have to say a lot, because I have not heard as much distinguished speaking by this body of people in a long time. Everybody who's come to this mic has come with purpose, with valor, with information, and history, and research. And so I just want to be on record saying I'm supportive of it, and I'm not quite sure why it would be an issue today in terms of getting this passed. We were able to do something at the state in terms of medical marijuana. However, we can never be in a situation as the city of Atlanta and let the state be more progressive than the city of Atlanta. Come on now. It's not possible for that to be. So I just encourage all the members that even if you came in, sometime in politics, very few times, I'm going to tell y'all this, in politics, usually when people come to a meeting, usually the votes is already in people's mind as to how everybody going to vote. It takes a unique speaker to come to a mic in the General Assembly to change a vote. Really. So there were people who probably did come this morning with a specific thought to vote a certain way. But there's no way that the information that's been put out today, one, that you could not vote in favor of this legislation, 1152. So I'm actually just saying to you, not just beyond do the right thing, it's the only choice that we have to make at this point, looking at the conditions from which we live in our society. And if we can do one thing that would slow down, as they say, the prison industrial complex and slavery by another name, all right, and all the other things that we as not only people of color, but everybody's being victimized, because we heard what just happened in Las Vegas, Nevada, because it's crazy. People are trying to lose their mind, and what we got to do is to save our minds. And the way we save our minds is to trust God and to do the right thing when it comes to something simple as reclassifying marijuana in the city of Atlanta. Thank you, and as always, power to the people.
Thank you for being here, Representative Thomas. Ms. Reese, thank you for your patience.
No, thank you. I also just a point of order. Tim Franzen was trying to yield his time to Tiffany Roberts, and I just wanted to make sure that that was heard earlier.
Okay, I did hear that earlier.
Awesome. I know, we're almost wrapping up. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm ready. All right, so Atlanta Jobs with Justice, it's always a pleasure to come before you all. It is always a pleasure to come before the city of Atlanta when I know that we are on the precipice of justice. And that is what I know we are at right here, right now. Listening to you all's responses, we have an opportunity to maintain our national image. You all know the last time we won victory together. We talked about what does this mean for us as a city in a national framework, that right now, when we are dealing with race relations in this city at levels that are inching back to Civil War land, right? We know we have got to take bold steps that says what direction this city, this country is going to go in. So I rise for you all for two things. Number one, you all know our investment is in reducing inequality in this city, that we fight for better wages because we know that that is a major fight to reduce inequality, right? We are fighting and we stand in support of the passage of this decriminalization of marijuana bill because it is also imperative to the city being able to reduce inequality. What we have with 92% of the arrests being African Americans is increasing the economic apartheid between your residents. That's what this does. When you all take a choice today to say we are going to stop the intentional profiling of black people connected to marijuana, you are literally helping to dismantle the racism of this country. That's the opportunity that you have with this vote today. And I just want to impress that upon you all. That's what's is available to us, is to actually be of assistance to the dismantling of racism. I spent my weekend down on Camp Creek talking to some of your off-duty officers who still have to work second jobs in order to maintain their lives. These off-duty officers said to me, because as soon as I saw them, I said, yo, you ready to arrest less? That was a weird thought for them. But they're ready to arrest less. They are ready to arrest less if you all give them the directive to today. But they need your directive. The second thing I have to say on our inequality, maintain every worker that's at the airport, 63,000 workers. They should not be worried about if their jobs are going to be lost because you all change contracts. A worker retention ordinance at the airport is also critical to you all reducing inequality because it provides job security for 63,000 workers. That's a major feat that you all can do. So I look forward to that ordinance coming forward, and I look forward to us dismantling racism today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. Our next speaker is Corey Henry.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm a citizen. I saw you honor systems engineers. I'm a system engineer. I'm an Iraq veteran. I'm a disabled veteran. I'm a Bronze Star recipient. I'm a West Point graduate. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a husband of one. I'm a father of 5. And I'm a medicinal cannabis user. What I'm not is a vagrant. I'm not naive about what opioids do or where medicine comes from. I'm not a disgrace to my friends and my family and my community. I'm not a criminal. The military has a code of conduct. It's mainly taught to us when a soldier is captured, becoming a POW. It says, I'm an American fighting in the forces which guard my country and our way of life. I'm willing to give my life in their defense. In the last article it says, I will never forget that I'm an American fighting for freedom, responsible for my actions, and dedicated to the principles which made my country free. I will trust in my God in the United States of America. Now, when we say that because we trust that our leaders will make the right decisions for people. I'm trusting my God that you guys will make the right decision for people. You've had smart people up here. You've had militant people. You've had, it doesn't matter, everything. All of them are saying the exact same thing. Please represent us the right way. We don't want to go to jail. We don't want our kids to go to jail. We don't want our students to go to jail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry, and thank you for your service to our country. Rashawn Hodges.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Rashawn Hodge, and I have the awesome responsibility of making medicinal cannabis recommendations for our state, and that was empowered by the Department of Public Health and the Medical Board of Georgia. So I'm one of 289 physicians out here trying to help 13 million Georgians that can benefit from medicinal cannabis. And my office is located right off of North Avenue and Boulevard, and I'm a bit nervous. So what I'm trying to say is, until there's access, until this constitutional amendment happens in 2018, where we can actually cultivate medicinal cannabis and it's regulated and is indeed true medicine, people have the right to self-medicate. And that's what I'm seeing. Under 1 ounce of cannabis, these are patients that are truly self-medicating. And they're scared to break federal law. They can't get the oil. So these people should not be in jail, shouldn't be arrested. They're just basically self-medicating. And as a physician that's been practicing my whole adult life, we all know the effects of alcohol and tobacco. We all know the deaths. We all know how this dismantles families. But as far as cannabis, I don't see that in any of my patients. Of all my years of practicing, I have not seen any negative effects of medical marijuana. So that's just my piece. I got to get back to work, but thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hodges. Our next speaker is Tiffany Roberts.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I've been before you several times on this issue and other issues pertaining to the policing of black folks. And I really just want to say again that Atlanta is racist. We know this. We see it in the numbers, but for some reason, we won't accept it. The council won't accept it, and we have seen you year after year not take action on things that matter to black and brown communities and poor communities here in Atlanta. We have mastered the art of symbolism. We have mastered the art of resolutions. We have mastered the art of rituals. We have mastered the art of galas. And we have mastered the art of lying, but what we can't seem to get right is codifying prohibitions on the policing and pathologizing of black communities. There's a lot of discussion about state law versus municipal ordinance. And I'd just like to say that I think that's a red herring. Our neighboring, more conservative state, Florida, has only now legalized medical marijuana, medical cannabis use, yet some 13 of their cities have either decriminalized or reclassified marijuana. Those cities or those counties and cities include Miami-Dade, Miami Beach, Hallandale Beach, Key West, West Palm Beach, Broward County, Palm Beach County, Volusia County, Tampa, Orlando, Osceola County, and Alachua County. So that's a red herring. We know that it's possible. Just as our police have prioritized the arrest of black people with cocaine, we can deprioritize the arrest of those who have marijuana. We have heard the city of Atlanta's police chief say that if given that instruction by the executive, she will deprioritize marijuana arrests. Some of the people opposing this have had to ask the public and the courts and the ethics boards for forgiveness for breaking laws, for being unethical, for stealing money. You have asked the people and the courts for your permission or for our forgiveness, and now is your opportunity to extend some grace to those who need it the very most. And if you won't vote yes because the mayor told you not to, just say so, but stop pretending to be brave.
Thank you, Ms. Robert. Our next speaker is Ted Murphy.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Teddy Murphy. I'm a former resident of the city of Atlanta, and I am among the 7% who has been arrested, of white people who have been arrested for marijuana possession. It was a really stupid decision I made back in Zone 6 over in 2014, and I paid the price for it. Most people will go through about 80 hours of community service through the Atlanta Municipal Court. So, yeah, if you're a college student, yeah, that might just make it so you have to drop out of college. But if you have a job, if you're a lower income person, you got a family to raise, that's 2 weeks out of the workforce that you're not making money and earning it for your family. Now, let's think about this here. We've got about 93% of the people who have been arrested for this are black. And we are using those people as unpaid labor to staff the homeless shelters of this city through the pretrial intervention program that gives twice as much community service to people who are in Atlanta than surrounding counties do. Now, I want to just remark on the city of Clarkston for a little bit. Yes, Mayor Ted Terry did decriminalize it. Yes, you can still be arrested by the DeKalb County Sheriff's Department and taken to Memorial Drive with the state ordinance. However, the vast majority of the policing, at least under my impression, in Atlanta is by the Atlanta Police Department. And if you give those officers the power to write somebody a ticket, send them on their way home, tell them to come back to the court, and if they don't come to court, then you take them to jail, then I think that's a much better solution. It makes police officers' jobs easier. It makes everybody's lives here easier. And I got to say something. People still smoke marijuana in this city. People are probably smoking marijuana over at Underground right now. And they're definitely selling it, too. So the city of Clarkston has not seen a dramatic increase of arrests after they decriminalized to when they did. The same amount of people are still getting cited by the police for smoking marijuana. I want to end by saying that I think the city of Atlanta, the city council, should pass this by a 2/3 veto-proof majority or make the next mayor have to do it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. It's amazing. Our last speaker, Ms. Molly Reed-Wood.
Thank you so much, City Council members, for hearing these wonderful comments. I think it's clear to everybody where we are. I am Molly Reed-Wu. I live in the District 7, represented by Councilman Howard Shook, who's done a great job for us, and I really want to thank him. We're in Buckhead, and I know thousands of people in Buckhead are smoking pot, and they don't get arrested. And they want you to pass this legislation. I'm going to say right here, I'm your constituent. I want you to pass it. And the reason is because it will be a great thing for the city to be more prosperous. We'll be a safer city. We'll be a healthier city. We'll be a happier city. We'll use our resources wisely. We'll promote civil rights, will promote everyone getting along. I mean, who doesn't want this? You know, and I personally do not smoke pot. I'm allergic to smoke and I'm allergic to THC. But I can tell you that when my husband was dealing with severe chemotherapy and dying of cancer, I know he needed to be legally comfortable smoking to deal with the pain. And I want my veterans who fought for me, I'm fighting for them. You should too. Of course we should. And we don't need to wait for the nation or the state to do the right thing, for the city to do the right thing. If we do that, we'll never do the right thing. But it's always the right time to do the right thing, isn't it? Let's do it now. Let's do it today. And Councilman Shook, thank you for representing our district. I'm one constituent that says, I sure hope you pass this and vote yes, because I think it's a healthy, happy, prosperous, beneficial, rich. I want Atlanta to be rich, successful, prosperous, safe, and this will help us get there. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Okay, that brings us to the end of public comments. We'll now move to the report of the journal. Madam Clerk.
I, Rhonda Dauphin-Johnson, do hereby report to the Council that the action minutes of the regular meeting of the Atlanta City Council held Monday, September 18th are true and correct.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to accept and adopt. All right, we have a motion from Mr. Dickens. Is there a second? All right, thank you, Mr. Warren. I appreciate that. All right, Madam Clerk, let's take the vote on the motion to accept and adopt the minutes.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays. Yeah.
I was going to ask, what are you smoking, man? I like that enthusiasm, though. All right, we'll move now to having passed and adopted the minutes. We'll move to communications, Madam Clerk.
First item, 17-C-5128, reads, Dear Madam Clerk and Council members, it is my pleasure to reappoint Mrs. June Newmark to the Keep Atlanta Beautiful Commission. Mrs. Newmark is an outstanding example of citizenship in Atlanta, as evidenced by her service in several volunteer capacities after her retirement as an Atlanta public school teacher after 28 years. Mrs. Newmark will continue to bring her passion for the city to the Keep Atlanta Beautiful Commission, and it is my honor to submit her name for reappointment. Sincerely, Cesar C. Mitchell.
Okay, we'll send this item to City Utilities and to Committee on Council.
The next item, 17-C-5129, reads, Dear Municipal Clerk Johnson, it is my pleasure to appoint the following individuals to serve on the Advisory Committee on Confederate Monuments and City Street Names. They are Mr. Sheffield Hale, President and CEO, Atlanta History Center. Mr. Dan Moore, Founder and Director, Apex Museum. Ms. Shelley Rose, Associate Director, Anti-Defamation League, Southeast Region. Mr. Larry Gellerstedt, CEO, Cousins Properties. Mr. Derek Kayongo, CEO, National Center for Civil and Human Rights. Ms. Sanji Jacobs-Dade, Senior Director of Leadership Communications, Cox Enterprises. And those communications were actually identified as 17C, 5129, 5130, 5131, 5132, 5133, and 5134, respectively. They continue. Per the enabling legislation, this advisory committee will deliver a comprehensive written report with its recommendations to the mayor and city council, and the advisory committee shall terminate upon delivery of the report. Sincerely, Kasim Reed.
Okay, we will, if there is no objection, accept and file these communications.
That's
all right.
I think. Okay. The next item, 17-C-5135, reads, Dear Council President Mitchell, pursuant to Section 21142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances, the Chief Procurement Officer is required to submit monthly reports of contracting activity to City Council. To provide greater transparency and information that is closer to real-time reporting, I have attached for your review a copy of the September 11th, 2017 through September 15th, 2017 weekly contracts report, identified as 17C-5135, as well as the September 18th, 2017 through September 22nd, 2017 weekly contracts report, identified as communication 17C-5136. And it continues the weekly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and Clerk of Council. As required in the Procurement Code, the report is comprised of the titles of contracts and methods of selection, as well as those contracts authorized by the City Council with related dollar amounts. It includes any emergency contracts, change orders, or changes in scope to designated contracts. Additionally, pursuant to Article 3, Section 2176 of the Procurement Code, the report lists those contracts not executed within 90 days of council approval and the reason therefor. Finally, with respect to any change order approved pursuant to Atlanta City Code Section 1292A, a copy of the written determination is attached. Please let me know if you have any questions or need additional assistance. Sincerely, Susan M. Garrett, Interim Chief Procurement Officer.
Okay, we'll accept and file that communication without objection.
At this time, Mr. President and members of council.
Okay, thank you very much. We need to move now to the adoption of the agenda. Ms. Moore.
Mr. President, we would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to move the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee up to the first reported standing committee and move all the other ones in the same order.
All right, sounds good. We have a motion and a proper second to amend the agenda to move the Public Safety Committee report to number 1. If there is no objection, we'll take the vote on that motion to amend.
The vote is open. Please vote. Vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. The agenda is amended. We'll entertain a motion to adopt as amended. There's a motion from Councilmember Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook, to adopt the agenda as amended. Madam Clerk.
The vote is open on the motion to adopt as amended. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. The agenda is adopted. We will now move to consideration of vetoed legislation. Do we have any? Do we have any unfinished business?
We do have several items of unfinished business.
Okay.
They are 17-0-1363, which is
Z1728, and Z1740, which is 17-0-1334, and Z17-39, it's 17-0-1331. I need to remove these items from the table and then refer them back to the zoning committee, please.
Mr. Mitchell, I need to read them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Go right ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay. And those items, the captions read 17-0-1363, an ordinance by zoning committee, Z1728, an ordinance by zoning committee to rezone from C1 CBL, community business conditional beltline overlay, to MR 4B/BL, multifamily residential conditional beltline overlay district for property located at 560, 568, and 576 Traybird Avenue Northwest, fronting approximately 211 feet on the south side of Traybird Avenue Northwest, beginning approximately 270 feet from the southeast corner of Northside Drive and Traybird Avenue, depth approximately 283 feet, acres 1.34, land lot 148, 17th District, Fulton County, Georgia. The owner is Alderman Drive Holdings, LLC, and Brian E. Fees Living Trust. Applicant is Stephen Eichelberger, NPUE, Council District 8, as amended. The other two items read 17-0-1334, an ordinance by Councilmember Madeline Archibong to zone property located at 1988, 2010, 2059, 2062, and 2066 Swayze Drive to the R4 single-family residential zoning district and for other purposes. And 17-0-1331, an ordinance by Councilmember Madeline Archibong to zone property located at 549 Quillian Avenue, 553 Quillian Avenue, 2234 Winfield Avenue, and 2238 Winfield Avenue to the R4 single-family residential zoning district and for other purposes. Those are the three items that Ms. Smith has referenced.
I'll make a motion to remove those from the table.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
I make a motion to refer these back to the zoning committee.
Second.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
The next item of unfinished business is 17-R-4251. It is a resolution by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to accept the donation of funds in the amount of blank dollars from blank for the purpose of supporting the City of Atlanta's participation in cooperation missions and trade missions nationally and internationally, and to encourage trade, industry, and commerce, and for other purposes. This item was tabled by motion of Councilmember Shook at the regularly scheduled meeting held September 18th, 2017. It was properly seconded, and the motion carried by a roll call vote of 14 yeas, 0 nays.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to remove on page 7, item number 10, that's 17-0-1425. Again, that's page 7, item number 10, 17-0-1425.
Okay, page 7, item 10, 1485. Any other items? 25. Okay, that's ordinance 1425 on page 7, item number 10. Any other items? Okay, with the exception of the item cited by Ms. Archibong, I think we're ready to take the vote on the consent agenda, section 1. The motion before us is to adopt.
The vote is open. Please vote on the motion to adopt consent agenda section 1 with the exception of 17-0-1425. Please vote. Would everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. Section 1 of the consent agenda is adopted. We will now move to Section 2 of the consent agenda. The motion before us is to refer each of these items to their respective committees. If there is no unreadiness on that motion, Madam Clerk, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. These items will be referred. Okay, we'll move now to the report of standing committees. Our first committee report will be the report of the Public Safety Committee. Chairperson is Mr. Andre Dickens.
Good afternoon. Our first item is actually our only item for the Public Safety Committee. All other items are on the consent agenda. This is on page 60 in one set of printed reports and it's on 58 in another. This is ordinance number 17-0-1152, an ordinance by Councilmember Kwanzaa Hall as substituted and amended by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, amending Chapter 106, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Section 182, Marijuana of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, so as to prescribe the maximum penalty to be imposed by the Municipal Court of Atlanta.
Excuse me. Who are you recording for? Us. Really? That's a new thing? That's kind of, okay.
Yeah,
you're making a movie. All right. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt your movie. Yeah. Go right ahead.
Okay. To prescribe the maximum penalty to be imposed by the Municipal Court of Atlanta for a violation thereof, to declare that a violation thereof shall not be punishable by any term of imprisonment and for other purposes. This was favorable coming out of committee, 3 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 abstention. The motion is to adopt.
All right. I think we got Mr. Hall and then Ms. Bottoms.
I'd like to call the question.
You need a second for that. You want to call the question on the... Your motion is to call the question, Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall. Hold on. Mr. Hall, your motion is to call the question?
Yes, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay. There's no second. All right, so we'll move next to Ms. Bottoms.
Thank you. I have 2 amendments for this legislation, and one I just caught an error, and that will be fixed. But the first amendment is that the Atlanta Police Department shall implement a mandatory training curriculum that will address the differences between the City of Atlanta ordinance and state law with respect to marijuana possession, arrest, detention, and prosecution. And I will make a motion to amend. And then I have a second amendment. Do you want me to read that one in, or would you like to deal with them separately?
One at a time.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a motion to amend.
Amendment
the
1.
Amendment number 1.
All right, we have a motion to amend. There's a second from Mr. Martin. Ms. Bottoms, do you want to further explain it? If not, I can.
Sure, certainly. And the two amendments that I have coming are to address the concerns that I've expressed in terms of our responsibility to make sure that people are as informed as possible as it relates to jurisdiction and what our intent is as a city, and to make sure that we are responsibly relaying to people in the city of Atlanta what their rights are. And this amendment deals with the mandatory training, and I will give details on the second one after we deal with the first amendment.
Okay, Mr. Hall and then Mr. Wan. Thank you, Ms. Bottoms.
Well, I do agree with this, and I do think the shall was something that the legal department said we needed to move forward. Uh-oh. 1 second, I think, Mr. Smith. But, I do appreciate the spirit that Ms. Bottoms is coming from. I kind of felt like it should have been in a separate piece of legislation when you look at both of them. Technically, they're about the operations, and we've always talked about the need for public information and training and conversations around this. And, of course, we had former Deputy Chief Spillane, who's now the chief of GSU, to come and talk about how they operate. So there's room for us to improve, but I wonder if it should be a part of this legislation or should it be separate. It's something that we want on a separate piece because they do speak to it. Yeah. But I'm just speaking to both amendments. All right, but I do appreciate the spirit.
Thank you, Mr.
I think
Hall.
it is in the right direction.
So I think he may have answered my question. So this training is not intended for, when I first read it, I assumed it was for police officers. You're saying this is actually for the public then? And if so, then what, I guess, well, I'll let you answer that question first.
No, this training will specifically be for APD, and then I'll go ahead and mention the second amendment just to get some clarity. The second amendment talks about I'll go ahead and read it for the sake of discussion on this first one. The city represented by APD shall invite representatives of all authorities with police powers within the city of Atlanta to participate in a task force. Invitees shall include but not be limited to MARTA Police, Georgia State University Police, Georgia Tech Police, Georgia State Patrol, Capitol Police, Fulton County Sheriffs, National Park Rangers, and also will include the schools from the AU Center. That's the change that needed to be made. And it says, I want to specify that it says shall include but not be limited to, because I think there will be a need for us to include our judicial agencies as well. The task force will develop protocols for educating police authorities about the differences between the City of Atlanta ordinance and state law with respect to marijuana possession, arrest, detention, and prosecution. And this is to address all of the issues that I've had concerns about that I mentioned earlier.
Okay, one thing I would suggest, Ms. Bottoms, to the extent that this gets taken up as a part of this ordinance, is to add in there APS. Okay, all right. Atlanta Public Schools.
We can add APS, but like I said, it says shall include but not be limited to. So in the legislation that I will introduce at the end of the council meeting that will formally create this task force, I can make sure that all of these entities are delineated within that legislation as well.
Okay, thank you. We've got Ms. Smith and then Ms. Moore. Will you finish it?
I'm not done yet, but.
Okay, go right ahead. No, finish.
Well, so it does beg or leave out the question about the public as well. And I am starting to wonder, I'm sorry, yeah, it does. I think it's equally important that we are figuring out a way how we're communicating this to the public, so we're setting the appropriate expectations and understanding. For the example that you mentioned in your comment earlier in the meeting, and I am starting to wonder now if maybe Mr. Hall is right that this is a comprehensive program that we've got to think through, and it might be better suited in a separate piece of legislation that covers, APD operations, our collaborative effort around other policing agencies and then the public. So I look forward to other comments on this.
Okay, all right. We have the lineup here is Ms. Smith, Ms. Moore, Ms. Adrian, and then Ms. Archibald.
Ms. Lance Bottoms, I would like to make a friendly amendment to change the word in your amendment number 1, to change it the word shall. So 1, 2, 3. The 6th word to may. Will you accept that friendly amendment, please?
Can you just give me a little clarity on why you're asking for that change?
The law department asked for it.
Well, all righty then.
No, just change the word to may.
In the annals of the law,
Okay,
shall and may is like night and day.
Yes, good afternoon. Amber A. Robinson, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Just so that the authority of the chief pursuant to the code isn't compromised or there's no argument regarding that authority, we believe it to be cleaner to use the word may rather than shall.
But if we want to require that it be done, it needs to say shall and not may, because may is optional, right? So it needs to say shall, so we are clear on. I want to use the strongest language possible because I want to make sure that it's done.
Ms. Bottoms, you're asking to implement a mandatory training curriculum. I think that everyone will take notice of this and do it.
Right, and if we say shall, then they will have to. So,
Yeah.
I mean, is there hesitation on colleagues hesitant to support it if it says shall?
I just think that if we've got may in there, that it will make it more palatable for everyone and legal, and we won't have anybody coming back saying anything's illegal.
Give me a
All right, while you all,
Move on to the next person, please.
While you all discuss that, we'll move to Ms. Moore.
Well, in my comment also,
You need Ms. Bottoms.
yeah, I wanted Ms. Bottoms to make sure, because it's her amendment, to hear this. But I'm going back to the first comment.
Do you want to wait, or do you want to?
Yes, I will, because I do want to.
Okay. All right, we'll wait. We'll wait.
Ms. Bottoms? Yeah, I just briefly, and I'm going back to the first comment about this, and I'm supportive. Yes. All right. Then that's fine. I'm supportive of your amendments, but I think they need to be a separate resolution, just procedurally. This is amending Chapter 106, Section 182 of the Code. So what we do here now will be codified, and I think that what you want to do is, in addition to this, and probably should be, if we can get the law department to take both of your amendments and fashion them in a resolution that we can pass today on the floor at the end of the meeting. I don't think it's appropriate to amend it as additional sections to the code, because we are specifically dealing with this part of the code. So I'm not supportive of putting it into this paper, but I am supportive of it as a separate resolution.
Okay. All right. Okay, Ms. Adrian, and then Ms. Archibong, and then Ms. Winslow.
I agree with Councilmember Wan and Councilmember Moore. This is a narrow paper that simply deals with, not simply, but deals with the consequence, which is the fine and no jail time, and it is specific sections of the code. These amendments, I believe, should be either, and it's your choice, of course, resolution that could be passed today or an ordinance that could be read in today, because it's a separate subject. It's forming a task force. I'm not a lawyer, but it seems like we're trying to put two different purposes in one paper. So I'm going to make a motion that we move forward with Mr. Hall's paper as is, and then address these papers later in the meeting as either an ordinance or a resolution.
All right.
May I get some clarity? I know there was amendment that was properly seconded on this paper with a friendly amendment to change the shall to may as it relates to the First Amendment. Do we need to? Don't we need to take a vote on that?
We've got one amendment before us. It's proposed. It was made by you, seconded by Mr. Martin, Amendment 1. That's what we're on right now, and so we need to deal with that.
I'll withdraw my friendly
Then
amendment.
can I make a substitute motion to approve this paper as presented? That's my substitute motion, and then we'll deal with these separately.
So repeat it. Substitute motion.
I'm making a substitute motion that we approve Councilmember Hall's paper as written without the amendments.
Okay, now we've already got a motion, over prevailing motion to adopt the legislation. We're now addressing amendments.
You can't make a substitute motion?
No.
I'll withdraw my friendly amendment. Then you can withdraw your amendment and we back out of it.
Then I'm going to vote against the amendment because I think it should be a separate paper altogether.
Okay. All right, Ms. Archibong.
Okay, even though we're looking as if we're going to go toward not having the paper be amended, I just wanted to add that parts of District 5 touch on DeKalb County, so I'd like for you to add DeKalb County Police and City of Decatur in the abundance of caution. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we've got Ms. Winslow, Mr. Bond, and then Mr. Hall.
And I don't know that I care whether it's in this paper or in a separate paper, but I do think there needs to be an educational component for the public. I think the media has described us as decriminalizing marijuana, okay, and that's not the case. It's taking it to a lower level. But this amendment, well. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, but what I'm saying is what the media has portrayed it as. Okay, so I think that there needs to be some understanding so that people aren't in a quandary as to what may happen today. Okay, so I'm just bringing that point up because I think that needs to be clarified in some form, fashion, or manner. If this passes, so that there's no confusion. If we don't educate the public, and it could be through, our the crime prevention, not crime prevention, but the Crime Watch program that we have through the police department, which would kind of tie in what Councilmember Bottoms is talking about, but also put the public, on notice of what's happening here today.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bond.
Yeah, I was going to speak in support of the amendments. I think it's important for the public to understand exactly what we're doing, because just as there are many members of the public who are here and present today and based on the public comments are persuaded a particular way, there still may be members of the public who do not observe that same position. And if members of the public are pulling the legislation and attempting to understand what the action is that the council has taken today, it would be easier for the public to have these amendments included so that when they read about the action that is presumed to be taken, they can then understand the educational component as opposed to having to wait a few weeks or a couple of months on trying to find a separate piece of legislation that would speak to it. So I support adding these things. I don't think it doesn't harm the legislation in any way. It doesn't water it down in any way. It doesn't delineate what the purpose of the legislation is in any way. I think it is a helpful component so that we can better educate the public. Because even based on those who are persuaded and in support of the legislation who've spoken today, if you listen to the comments that they actually made, there's still a lot of confusion about what we're actually doing and what law we're actually changing and what effect it will actually have. So I think putting in as much in the way of education into this law, I think is helpful. And I think it will help the public. It will help the media understand our action, help the members of the public who are inquiring about our action. And it doesn't create an undue burden on anyone in the public or the media if they're looking for direction or a solution as to what we accomplished today. So I hope that we would support the amendment. It's pretty innocuous as far as the potency is what the legislation is proposed to do. So I don't understand why we have a lot of concern about it. I understand the technical argument, but I think that it is, at the end of the day, extremely helpful. And it's also probably helpful for getting more support for the ordinance passage today.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Okay, we've got a number of comments. We still have the motion before us to amend this paper. Ms. Bottoms?
Please withdraw that.
Okay. You can ask him to. Yeah, you can ask him to. Yes, if you'd like to say something.
Colleagues, I've been asking our Mr. Berry whether these sections that are being proposed can actually be codified, and so law hadn't really looked at this, and I'd like to hear from law about whether it's appropriate to add these amendments as part of this paper, which is codified. So, if we can just hear from law before we.
Amber A. Robinson, Senior Assistant City Attorney. The amendments are not appropriate for codification. I couldn't tell, but I don't believe when the amendment is indicated that it is the desire that the amendments be codified. They can be added to the legislation as individual new sections, but with no language setting forth that they shall be codified.
So, in other words, if Ms. Bottom's goal is to have this codified, should it be in a separate piece of legislation?
Yes, there would need to be much more work on the language contained in the amendments if it is the desire of Councilmember Bottoms in this body for them to be codified.
You got it.
All right. I think
Thank you.
Bottoms.
I think we've talked through a compromise. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Ms. Moore and Ms. Smith. So after talking with the law department, we are going to add these to the whereas clauses in this language, and then I will do a separate piece of legislation that deals with these two amendments and will also incorporate the education piece that we discussed. So does that need to be written, to add it to the whereas clauses, does that need to also be written up as just, okay. Got it. Okay.
We'll just make your motion now to make your amendments in this one.
So the first one will amend the whereas clauses Do I still need to change the may to shall law department? In the whereas?
The whereas clauses do not have operational effect. The recommendation stands, but with the understanding that the whereas clauses have no operational effect as such other than to inform the legislation, I see no harm in keeping the language as is, though in an operational form we would make the same recommendation.
All right, so since this will be two additions to the whereas clause, Mr. President, may I just read them together?
Yes, you can. You want to? Okay.
All right. Do you want me to read these again for clarity?
You're going to read in which one? Both or?
Both as amendments to the whereas clauses.
Okay, let's do that. No,
And then I'm going to create a separate paper on these two to be introduced at the end of the meeting.
Okay, you can. I know Mr. Hall is waving his hand vigorously. Did you want to hear from him before you read them in?
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I mean, listen, y'all. It is no way on earth that we can actually begin to just bend our legislation like we're suggesting we should do right now. This thing has been out here for a long time. Months, almost a year. And now all of a sudden we're going to figure out how to make the law work to insert this into this paper? Just to say it and not even have any additional power to it? A standalone piece of paper, these two pieces, would be much stronger than just trying to add it to make it sound right, to give credit. That's not right, y'all. We need to do things right in this city. I was going to go down a whole list of things. All the time we've been spending, I got like pages of stuff I could say. I want to just take the vote because we said we got to. You know, it's lives being impacted daily, if not hourly, by this. And we can play the game on the law when we want to. We could have played this game a year ago. We could have got it right. We just holding it for the sake of politics. That's not right, y'all. I'm not going for that. So I think we need to take the vote. The three most ardent opponents of any bad piece of legislation are saying this shouldn't be in there. Ms. Moore, Ms. Adrian, Mr. Wan. Okay? And I love y'all for that. But they're saying this isn't how we do it. This is an end around just to kind of make it fit in there and give a little credit without even actually changing the law to do it. When we have a chance at the end of the meeting to add these pieces, which could have been introduced a long time ago, we talked about the need for public information, but all the pieces of education. We got a lot of work to do in criminal justice reform we haven't addressed. What about the paper on transparency? You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of things we should be moving forward. And, you know, so I don't want to beat it up, y'all, but I'm just saying I don't think that's right. Colleagues, I'm asking you to respect the integrity of this paper that we introduced and support it as it stands, and let's move forward. Let's also put the other items on the table at the end of the meeting that we know need to be on the table about the state, about education for our officers, and making sure that we're really doing this right so our citizens understand. That's a part of it. We got a lot of change we need to do internally, let alone talking about the jail, the FTAs. There's a whole lot of other stuff. The cost of this, somebody suggested that why don't we just not actually have people to go to jail? Just make it a fine you pay at the city. But I don't know if that's legal, but that's the kind of stuff that's out there, and I think it's worth us trying to really do it right and take these necessary steps. But this is the first domino, and we need it to get our momentum going so we can also change the lives that we're impacting and the state. So I'm asking you to support it as it is, y'all. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on. Ms. Bottom, and then Mr. Young.
And for all of the reasons I've stated before, my biggest concern has been about the lack of clarity on this. And that is why, as a part of the whereas clauses, and I've listened to colleagues and I understand what the concerns are from some colleagues and also from the public. But this is why I think it is incumbent upon us, to the extent that we are passing this legislation, that this legislation be as informative as possible with respect to what our intent is. And then I ask colleagues to support the amendment of this into the whereas clauses of this legislation. So to the extent that this legislation is read and speaks to what our intent is, that it's very clear in the whereas clauses. It does not change the remainder of the legislation. It simply informs and further clarifies our intent as a city in passing this legislation. And then we can deal with the remainder, or we can deal with the education component and making sure that the public and respective law enforcement agencies are working together to educate their agencies and the public in separate legislation.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall. I'm sorry, Mr. Young. I'm looking at Mr. Young.
Just as there was a great deal of complexity and the months and weeks it took for the public to educate the council and the research and the analysis that this council member has done, I think we're shortchanging the operational policy change that has to be made. And I think the placement of these amendments really grossly underestimates the operational shift that's being made. There's a conversation that really needs to be had with APD and all of the other relevant agencies required to do the training. I'm very supportive. I think, and I'm just one person, but Ms. Bottoms, I think the spirit of these amendments is spot on. I think just as it took some time to reconcile this paper to get us to where we are now, I think it's going to take some time to just properly reconcile what the relationship ought to be with the officers in the field that have to implement this. And there's so much tied to the enforcement of this and what should and should not happen that we ought not indicate that these couple of paragraphs encapsulates everything that the officers in the field should be thinking about. Because right now, I know that there's a direct conflict with the people that have to administer this with state law and local law. We got that. So much so that we really need, if we're going to change the culture, then the education has to continue. The education has to continue. This can't be voted on and given the illusion that we've encapsulated training in a couple of paragraphs and really not address the problem. So let's vote. Let's vote on the paper as it is. For those council members who clearly indicated that they were in support of Mr. Hall's paper, let not our acting on the training today keep us from doing what we know is right.
So let me just say a couple of things, and I want to start by saying to Councilmember Hall, I'm really glad that that this paper is coming forward. You know, a couple of weeks ago I said we need to vote on it, and you wanted to get it this week versus a couple of weeks ago. So I'm glad we're voting on this finally. We need to vote on this. I think what Ms. Bottoms is trying to accomplish is to put a statement, and I think the suggestion is in the whereas. Ms. Bottoms. Ms. Bottoms. Okay, yes. So I think her recommendation, and I'm trying to figure out how we can maybe split the baby and accomplish what we need to accomplish. Wait, Mr.
I don't want to split any baby.
No. Listen to what I'm going to say. When you put something in a whereas clause, and I think this is important even for the public's consumption, it is just talking about the context in which we're doing this legislation. And so I don't think anything should be put in the actual body of the ordinance related to this. I think it should be a separate piece of legislation that puts in place training for the public, et cetera. However, I think it is appropriate for this legislation to state certain things in the whereas clause, such as it is the intent of this council in the city to do future training, future task force, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's fine. Now, I can't get involved in the debate, but I think that may be a compromise that can get us to the end of this conversation and get us to a vote as soon as possible, which is something I've wanted to see for months. But again, I just wanted to put that out there so that we can get past this. I said earlier today I did not want this to be a work session. It's time for us to move on this and be done with this and get it done. All right. So Mr. Hall, I'm just throwing that out there. You see?
I'd just like to call a question again.
All right. So hold on. You're not up yet, but Ms. Bottoms is up, and then we'll go from there.
I wanted to hear from the law department on this. I know that Ms. Robinson has talked with many of us individually, but I wanted for the law department to speak on this.
Right. Councilmember Bottoms, Jeremy Berry, City Attorney. I think you're asking about Amendment Number 1. And it's our recommendation that that come in as a Section 4 on this, not to be codified, but a Section 4 request to the police department. There's a very real issue because the state law will still be the state law. It's going to be, frankly, or could be confusing to our police department in terms of the city ordinance says one thing, the state law says something different. Therefore, we recommend that this training go forward to advise the police to make sure that they properly ticket. I think, frankly, from a city liability perspective, we could have some very real concerns in terms of the way that this is enforced. One person could get ticketed under the state statute. The person next to them could be ticketed under the city ordinance. And I think there's a real call for the need for training in terms of how to actually enforce this ordinance if it were to pass. So that's a very long way of saying our recommendation is to add a Section 4 to the legislation, not to codify it, but to add a Section 4 that would include your proposed First Amendment.
Which goes back to the concern that I've expressed repeatedly. My concern has been police powers, and we have city ordinances, and we have state law, and we have police powers to arrest and book into different jails, and many nuances that I am concerned will be lost on the public and even on our officers. So I am willing to do the Second Amendment as a separate ordinance, but I do ask that this First Amendment be accepted as a Section 4 to this legislation.
Okay, so that motion actually is before us right now. So we can go ahead and vote on it and see where the council is on it, and then move from there. Now, I know there are a couple of other folks who wanted to make a comment, and we've got before us a motion to amend. Mr. Hall and then Ms. Shepard.
Yes, well, since we're at it, let me read this statement from Dr. George Napper, the first African-American chief of police who was appointed by Mayor Maynard Jackson and first commissioner for the Department of Children and Youth Services. This is before you, colleagues, appointed by Governor Zell Miller. And he expressed that he applauds our efforts to introduce legislation that will, in this case, he says, decriminalize and reclassify marijuana arrests and convictions. As chief of police, I saw firsthand the destruction of young people's futures due to juvenile indiscretions. The present law has inordinately affected young African American males and exacerbated the attendant community ills associated therewith. I strongly support Councilmember Hall's struggle to provide a non-criminal pathway for the youth of the City of Atlanta. Dr. Napper served as chief from 1978 to 1982 when he was promoted to Public Safety Commissioner. He has a Ph.D. in criminology from the University of California at Berkeley and taught criminology at Spelman College for 5 years. He served under Commissioner for Public Safety Dr. Lee Brown and Mayor Maynard Jackson. In 1986, he served as the president of the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Officials, NOBLE. Just wanted to share that, colleagues. I think our legislation as it stands is great, and I think the amendments should be codified as two separate pieces of legislation or one separate piece of legislation that speaks to exactly what we're talking about to complement what we're doing. Even when we were discussing the quality of life crimes, we ended up taking 40 of them by themselves, and we broke it into a smaller piece with marijuana. The reason we had to do it because it was too much in one piece of legislation. That's the same thing we're talking about right now. It's a separate idea. It's complementary. It's supportive. We're going to introduce it today, and it will be addressed even today if we want to. We can make it a resolution on the floor, as we plan to do around having a conversation with the state as well with this. So, I mean, it's the same day. It's not like we're going to lose any time. If all of them go together, they move as one package to help us to change the way we've been criminalizing people in our city. And unfortunately, it still is against the law at the state, but we can reclassify this as its own piece and add the others as separate legislation. I'm firm on this one. I'm asking you, colleagues, not to change this legislation in any shape, form, or fashion. Let's move forward and see the other ones be complementary and supportive. Thank you.
Whoa. Y'all keep saying vote, vote, vote. We won't get a chance to vote. I know we got Ms. Shepherd and then Ms. Moore, and then Ms. Smith. Okay, all right. Ms. Shepherd, Ms. Moore, and then Ms. Smith.
I'd just like to ask the Law Department, this amendment, the first one that she's got before us now, from the Law Department. Can you give, and I don't know if I missed it, but can you define whether or not this is absolutely important in terms of us making sure that's a part of this legislation in terms of the training and all of that? Can you please give us this? And I'm asking the Law Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. As I stated, I think there is a very real concern in terms of enforcement of this. The state statute remains the state statute, regardless of whatever city council passes today. That means two people can be sitting in Woodruff Park, one person get arrested under the state statute, and the second person get arrested under the new city ordinance if this were to pass. Therefore, I think there needs to be training, and our recommendation is that there's training on how to actually implement and enforce this legislation. There's a concern the city's exposing itself to potential liability regarding enforcement of this and potential equal protection claims or suits against the city. Our recommendation would be that there be training as part of if this ordinance were to be adopted.
So, putting it as a whereas clause was a way to try to compromise and move forward. I'm not comfortable making this a section. I think we need to keep it clean. The purpose is very clear on what we're doing. It's amending, and I know I'm getting sort of policy wonky here, but I mean, it's the procedure, it's our code, it's a section that we are specifically doing. Because this, to me, if it goes in as a section, to me it makes it more cloudy. I won't be supporting it because we're saying we want a mandatory training. I don't believe that we need legislation to direct, which many times when we try to tell the administration what to do, we tell we can't. But them to have a training, anytime we change any laws, you would assume that they are telling the officers of what the law changes are, so I don't know that we have to codify or even state that it be mandatory training, but I am supportive of doing that in a separate piece of legislation because it says mandatory training curriculum, but it doesn't say who the curriculum is for. I just think that putting it as a section clouds what we've already come to as the ordinance amendment, and I want to vote on the amendment to the ordinance, in the ordinance as it is. I'm good with putting them in the whereas clause, but when you get to putting it as a section, you've lost me on that, and so I won't be supporting this amendment.
Okay, all right. Ms. Smith?
I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we change the word shall to may.
Yeah, I will accept that as a if that's a recommendation from the law department, I will accept that.
Oh, yay, thank you.
Okay, so the amendment before us now has the word may instead of shall. That's just a friendly acceptance of the amendment we have now before us, as we're getting ready to take a vote on this right now. We have a motion before us to amend the paper by adding a new section as stated by Ms. Bottoms in amendment number 1. Okay, that motion is before us, been properly seconded by Mr. Martin. If there's no further comment, Madam Clerk, let's take a vote. And this is to add this amendment to the section, a new section in the ordinance. And it's...
Vote is open.
Oh, you can't say that. No. It's not a whereas. It's going to be a section is what the amendment is. That's the proposal.
One, please vote. The vote is closed. 10 yeas, 5 nays.
Okay, 10 yeas, 5 nays. The motion carries. The paper is amended to add this item, Amendment 1, as a section, a new section, into the ordinance. Okay, now, do we have any other items we need to add to this paper? Okay, all right, we have before us a motion from Mr. Dickens to adopt as amended. Now, I just got to ask this question of the law department. By adding this as a section, what does that mean versus a whereas clause? I want to make sure everyone on this panel, on this council is very clear, because we've just added this amendment as a section, not a whereas clause.
By adding it as a section as opposed to a whereas clause, the language that is requesting that the police department conduct this training is an actual request to the police department rather than being simply legislative history or dicta, if you will, in support of the ordinance. This actually is an official request of the department.
So it's a request, not a mandate. Okay. All right, Mr. Hall.
So now we have put it in the place that we said we weren't going to put it. Right. Initially we said we put it in the whereas. Now we have it actually in the body. That is, come on. Y'all actually going to support that? I mean, for real. Seriously. That's not right. Now we're making the actual law, what we're saying here. When we said, I mean, you understand what I'm saying. It's supposed to be in the whereas at best. But it really should be its own document. I mean, I think y'all are wrong on this one. And I don't usually call these things out, but when we take the time to use all our legal power to adjust the law for this kind of thing, but we won't adjust it to protect people and our citizens, we're wrong, y'all. I'm telling you, we can do better than this one. I think we need to take that vote over and get it right. It's not right.
Okay,
not right.
Mr. Young.
All right, let's really be clear about what we're doing.
Please.
Let's be clear about what we're doing. The whereas clauses are not enforceable by law. The paper itself is about to be approved by the whole of the city council, or the majority of the city council. So let's vote on the paper. Let's make history and vote this approved. But be clear. Don't be under the illusion that the whole issue of training has been resolved because we've added this to whereas clauses. There's a lot of, just as there was a lot of dialogue and research and analysis done, you know, I just Googled, and, you know, the kind of time spent by an average officer on a marijuana arrest and all the particulars that go into a marijuana arrest are in depth. There needs to be a real conversation, and we don't manage the police. We don't instruct and tell the police what to do. It's the administration. So if the administration wants this right now, and this actually gets us approved, maybe that's one step closer to a cooperative understanding between the administration, who will be telling the police what to do and not to do. So let's go ahead and do the vote. I think we're haggling. Yeah, let's do the vote. Right now, as is, as amended, the whereas clauses will not affect law.
Okay, let me just hold on. Wait, Ms. Smith. We got Ms. Adrian, Ms. Smith, and then Ms. Bottoms, and we'll move from there.
Councilmember Young, we did not just vote to add this as a whereas. The motion was to add a section 4. So it's not a whereas. The thing you just voted on was to put it in section 4, and what law said is that it's not dicta, which I guess means it's not dictated by law, it's a suggestion. So that's what you voted on. It is not a whereas clause. I didn't either, so.
All right, so we got I think I said Ms. Smith and then Ms. Bottoms.
Call the question.
Yes. All right, there's a motion and a second to call the question, Madam Clerk. The motion that we're calling the question on is the motion to adopt as amended.
The vote is open.
Mr. Dickens said, don't clap after this particular vote yet. We're just getting ready to decide whether or not we're going to vote right now.
Yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. The motion carries. The question has been called. Now we're going to vote on the motion to adopt this paper as amended. All right, the motion is before us already. Okay. Madam Clerk, who was the second to your motion, Mr. Dickens? Mr. Hall, were you the second to Mr. Dickens? Okay, so we have a motion from Mr. Dickens, seconded by Mr. Hall, to adopt as amended.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is adopted. Madam Clerk, leave it up there for a while. Leave it up there. Please, hold on. Ms. Bottoms. Yes. If I can have your attention, please. If I can have your attention.
That concludes the report of the Public Safety Committee.
Hold on, Ms. Bottoms has a question. All right, Ms. Bottoms.
Hey,
Ms. Bottoms.
we need to have him say you're being excused or whatever.
Please, if you can bring your voices down. If you could bring your voices down.
All right, that concludes the report of the Public Safety Committee.
All right, Ms.
And,
Bottoms.
I need to be excused.
All right, you're excused, Mr. Bottoms. Mr. Dickens. Ms. Bottoms. Huh?
I know.
gavel? Where's my gavel? Where's my gavel? Where's my gavel? Where's my gavel? All right. If you all could please. I don't have my gavel.
No.
All right. If we could bring our voices down, if you want to continue to talk, you can leave the chambers.
Give him something to hit.
If you'd like to continue to talk, you can leave the chambers.
Actually, his office.
All right. Ms. Bottoms. Shh. Shh. Ms. Bottoms.
I just want to say thank you, colleagues. You all have heard me express repeatedly what my concerns were, and I thank you for supporting this portion of the paper, because I just want to make sure that for all of the conversation and social media chatter that we've had, that it's still very clear, as our law department has said, that you can still be charged under state law. And we now have to go to step 2 and make sure that we work to educate the public to the extent that we can about what the laws are as it relates to what we've done today and what the laws remain in the state. And I think that the same passion and desire to have meaningful change needs to be taken to the state legislature in January, and I hope that you do that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bottoms. We're going to get started again. Mr. Shook will go to the next committee report.
All right.
1 second, 1 second. You're welcome to go outside and have a conversation, but you've got to bring your voices down inside. Mr. Shook.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are beginning the Finance Executive Committee report on page 20. 17 RT 7001 is a report to the CFO of the transfer of appropriations from one line item to another line item to various funds as approved under the listed charter section of the City of Atlanta. The motion is to file.
All right, the motion.
It's a TR, and the motion is to file.
All right, we have a motion to file before us. All right, Madam Clerk, let's take the vote.
The vote is open.
The vote is open.
Would everyone please vote? Has everyone voted? Please vote. Well, who hasn't? Dickens left. Oh, where is he? Out, right? Yeah. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is filed. Mr. Shook.
17-01481 is a substitute ordinance by Ms. Bottoms, a substitute by Finance Exec, to amend the code and chapter sections which are indicated so as to provide for certain position abolishments, creations, reclasses, class creations, above entry authorizations, employee and position transfers, position funding allocation changes, and other personnel actions in line with the 2018 budget and for other purposes. This comes forward favorably from the committee, 4 yeas and 1 nay. It was favorable on substitute on condition that we receive the requested detail regarding the above entry hires as well as detail regarding the extra help positions. Both of those questions have been answered with data that's in your packet, and so I will move that we adopt on substitute.
The motion is to adopt on substitute. Given that the condition is met, Mr. Wan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This question is for finance, and since we can't ask the commissioner any questions, so the question that I raised in the information I requested in committee had to do with the reconciliation of the position creations and I wanted to see a commensurate offset in what they were saying it was coming from, and that was from extra help. And I have to say, I'm a little surprised to see that our extra help dollars were still up that high at $8 million. But my question now is really about, now that if we pass this and create the positions, how do we then shrink the extra help dollar amount right behind it so that, number one, we're not just creating positions and then adding effectively additional capacity and payroll dollars, and B, when we go to do the FY19 budget, the council members who are here, they won't look back on this and figure this is the starting point, that we really are walking that backwards as a result of the position creations.
Good afternoon, Yolanda Carr, Department of Finance. Councilmember Wan, you are correct. So when we move forward in FY19 with the budget, you should see a reduction in extra help. But right now, what departments are doing, they're moving from the positions that were in their budget over to extra help. So the budget will not increase, is really budget neutral. But again, for FY19, you'll see a reduction in extra help.
So would an extra safeguard on that be for us to do a budget amendment that reduces the extra help line backwards? I mean, there shouldn't be any objection to that, because that's effectively what we're doing, and it really just it closes the door behind this, the position creation action. That's really what I'm getting at.
So again, Yolanda Carr with the Department of Finance. Again, when we went forward with the budget, we had some departments that had extra help within their budget, but also we have departments that had positions that were out there. And so really this is just a shift from those positions over to extra help. And again, this will not increase the budget for the departments, because they're just really moving from one bucket to another bucket.
Yeah, I understand. I guess I'm still trying to get a level of comfort that by doing the personnel paper and creating this, that the only thing that's limiting it is the approved top dollar budget item for payroll for whichever departments are creating positions. But it just doesn't feel like we are right behind it, sweeping and tightening the extra help line position to reflect that. So I'll let my colleagues ask some more questions, but in my opinion, and maybe this is something we take up in FEC, is that we may need another mechanism by which we officially reduce the extra help positions and move it to payroll, so that, again, when the next council comes and starts looking at FY19, they're looking at more accurate numbers when they look at the FY18 budget. Thanks.
Ms. Carr, along these same lines, are you then saying that the source of funding for the extra positions is the extra help budget?
So what I'm saying here is, with the positions that departments have, they're not getting additional allocation for anything in the personnel paper. So what I'm saying is, there are some positions that were in the personnel paper that were probably a part of the extra help. So what I'm saying is they go hand in hand.
Well, let's just, there are new positions created, correct? That's what the paper.
I have it in front of me, so I'll have to get a copy of that personnel paper.
Well, I will tell you. Oh, here's Ms. Yancey. Well, you can't talk because we're not in committee of the whole, but there are in fact extra positions created. You're just going to have to take my word for it. But the source of funding is what?
So the source of funding is a combination of items. Departments have vacant positions. That's one item. And they also have extra help. So they have the option at this particular point, if they have positions that are created in the personnel paper, what some departments do, they will actually leave positions vacant so that they can cover anything as far as with the creation within the personnel paper. That's one item. And also, they can also move those items because they have money in the extra help bucket.
Okay. Well, here's the point. I mean, this is a staggering amount of money in the general fund and extra held. I mean, just doing the math quickly, I mean, our budget's about 600 million. Our personnel costs are about, what, 68% of the total budget? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. It's over 60% of our budget.
Okay, so 60% of 600 million is 360 million. So this is a whopping 15% cushion, colleagues, that we're building into the budget that's saying, you know, we painstakingly go through the budget book approving positions in each department and unwittingly have got a 15% budget that the departments, a 15% cushion that departments can use to add positions and so on during the year. So this is way too much money to leave on the table, Mr. Wan. I agree we need to amend the budget, but I'm just going to vote no on this paper as a minor protest. Just go talk to her. Well, all right.
Mr. Mitchell, may I, while she's at, okay, so colleagues, I just had a conversation with the commissioner, and I think we're in alignment of what's happening here, and what I'm going to propose, and with finance as well, is that after we do this, we're going to go back and realign the budget so that we are transferring money from the extra help line for whatever these positions are up into the actual payroll number so that we're more accurately reflecting what we're doing for the year. Again, I'm thinking, you know, that's just good transparency, but then also as we plan for FY19, we'll have more accurate numbers of where our payroll dollars were actually falling, and we won't be tempted just to say, oh, we had $5 million in extra help last year, we'll put $5 million in again this year. So I'm supportive of this, and we just have some follow-on work to do.
Okay, got it. Do we have, we had a motion and a proper second to adopt this item on substitute condition having been met. If there's no further unreadiness on this, we'll go ahead and take the vote. Madam Clerk.
Please vote. The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 1 nay.
11 yeas, 1 nay. The motion carries. This item is adopted. Mr. Shook.
17-0-1567 is an ordinance by Finance Exec authorizing the mayor or his designee to accept grant award funds from the Atlanta Development Authority, DBA Invest Atlanta, and to amend the fiscal year 2018 budget on behalf of the Department of Public Works by adding to anticipations and appropriations in an amount not to exceed $3,250,000 for design and/or construction services for the Campbellton Road pedestrian mobility improvements, Cleveland Avenue pedestrian mobility improvements, Lee Street multi-use trail, Martin Luther King Jr. Drive improvement projects, to authorize the mayor's designee to enter into any agreements with the Atlanta Development Authority, and for the purposes, the motion is to file.
Okay, the motion before us is to file. Any discussion on the motion? All right, there being none, Madam Clerk, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Please vote. Has everyone voted? Please vote. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is filed. Mr. Shook.
17-0-1583 is an ordinance by Mr. Bond, is substituted by Finance Exec, authorizing the transfer of $35,000 from the Post 1 carry forward account to the Post 1 council member expense account in the amount of $30,000 and the Post 1 at large distribution account in the amount of $5,000. And for other purposes, this comes forward favorably. 6 yeas, 1 nay. The motion is to adopt on substitute.
The motion before us is to adopt on substitute. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, Madam Clerk, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Everyone voted. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. The motion carries. This item is adopted.
17-0-1590 is an ordinance by Ms. Bottoms and Mr. Bond authorizing transfer of $6,200 from the District 11 carry-forward account to the District 11 distribution account to continue serving the Atlantic community for the public good and for other purposes. This also comes forward favorably, 6 yeas, 1 nay, and the motion is to adopt.
All right. The motion before us is to adopt. Any discussion on the motion to adopt? There being none, Madam Clerk, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Vote is closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. The motion carries. The item is adopted. Mr. Shook.
17R4362 is a resolution by Mr. Young authorizing the mayor as designee to enter into renewal number 1, citywide security guard services with Dynamic Security, Inc. on behalf of OEAM and other listed departments in an amount not to exceed $1,193,200.42. $42.83, with all contracted work being charged to and paid from the sources indicated. This comes forward favorably on condition, but we have gotten information which leads me to making the motion that this be referred back to committee.
So substitute motion.
There's a motion to refer this item to the committee. Ms. Archibald?
No, I was going to do the same thing, so that's fine.
Okay. I already have a motion before us. A second from Ms. Adrian to refer this item to committee. If there's no unreadiness, Madam Clerk, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Please vote. Has everyone voted? Please vote. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is referred. Mr. Shook.
Is a resolution by Mr. Bond, as substituted by Finance Exec, authorizing the mayor as designee to enter into a cooperative purchasing agreement, number which is indicated, with First Municipal Credit Corp., LLC, utilizing the Fulton County Master Equipment Lease Agreement number, which is listed, of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to provide financing for the purchase of replacement equipment and vehicles on behalf of the departments of the City of Atlanta, including but not limited to Public Works, Parks and Rec, City Planning, Watershed, Fire Rescue, APD, and OEAM. This comes forward favorably on substitute on the condition that we got detail verifying the funding sources, which having occurred, I will now move that we adopt on substitute.
All right, the motion before us is to adopt on substitute. Okay. If there is no unreadiness on that motion, Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
Vote is open. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is adopted.
Thus concludes our report, Mr. President.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Shook. We'll move now to the Committee on Council. Ms. Moore.
So, Mr. President, I was not there. I understand the meeting did not take place, so my motion is to go into the Committee of the Whole.
There's a motion and a proper second to enter the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Webb, let's take the vote on that motion.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is now closed.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We're now in the committee of the whole.
We have 7 communications. All have received favorable recommendations from their respective committee. If there's not an objection, I'll read all of them together.
Okay, please do.
Item 1, 17C 5097, a communication from Justin Gibney of Invest Atlanta submitting the Atlanta Planning Unit H appointment of Ms. Lena Reed Morrow to serve as a member of the Hallowell MLK Tax Allocation District TAD Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 1 year, scheduled to begin on the date of council confirmation. Item 2, 17C 5098, a communication from Jennifer Freeman, President, Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, APAB, submitting the appointment of Ms. Loretta Danny Craig to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Tax Allocation District TAD Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years, scheduled to begin on the date of council confirmation. Item 3, 17C 5110, a communication from Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at large, to President Caesar C. Mitchell and all members of council, appointing Mr. Alexander Chenault to the Proctor Creek Planning Commission for a term of 2 years, scheduled to begin on the date of council confirmation. Item number 4, 17C 5111, a communication from council members Carla Smith, District 1, Kwanzaa Hall, District 2, Ivory Lee Young Jr., District 3, Cleta Winslow, District 4, and Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at large, appointing Ms. Alan Marie Burrows as a member of the Public Safety and Judicial Facilities Authority for the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 4 years, scheduled to begin on the date of council confirmation. Item number 5, 17C 5112, a communication from Tanya Greer, interim clerk to the Commission of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, to President Caesar C. Mitchell, submitting the appointment of Ms. Irwin Quinn Martin to the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for 2 years, for a term of 2 years, scheduled to begin on the date of council confirmation. Item number 6, 17C 5117, a communication from President Caesar C. Mitchell to Municipal Clerk Rhonda Dolphin Johnson and all members of council, appointing Mr. Morocco Coleman to the Atlanta Commission on Veterans Affairs. This appointment is for a term of 2 years, scheduled to begin on the date of council confirmation. And item number 7, 17C 5119, a communication from Mayor Kasim Reed to President Caesar C. Mitchell and all members of the council, appointing Ms. Kathy Hampton to serve as a member of the Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority for the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 4 years to begin upon council confirmation. And the motion from all of the committees were favorable.
All right.
So there'll need to be a second in committee.
And there's a motion and a proper second to approve these items collectively. If there's no objection and if there's no unreadiness, we'll go ahead and take the vote. Mr. Webb.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. Motion carries. These items are approved. Ms. Moore.
Okay, I'll move that we go back into regular session.
Motion and proper second to exit the committee of the whole. Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We are now back in regular session. Ms. Moore.
Mr. President, item 1, 17C 5097, to appoint Ms. Lena Reed Morrow to serve on the Hallowell Martin Luther King Tax Allocation District. Item 2, 17C 5098, to appoint Ms. Loretta Danny Craig to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Tax Allocation District. Item 3, 17C 5110, to appoint Mr. Alexander Chenault to the Proctor Creek Planning Commission. Item 4, 17C 5111, to appoint Ms. Alamina Burrows as a member of the Public Safety and Judicial Facilities Authority. Item number 5, 17C 5112, to appoint Ms. Erwin Quinn Martin to the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. Item number 6, 17C 5117, to appoint Mr. Morocco Coleman to the Atlanta Commission on Veterans Affairs. And 17C 5119, to appoint Ms. Kathy Hampton to serve as a member of the Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority. Move approval of all of those from the recommendation from Committee of the Whole.
Okay, the motion is to confirm each of these communications collectively. If there is no objection, we'll go ahead and take that vote. Mr. Webb?
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. These items are confirmed.
Council members, just a couple of announcements. We are still looking for a council appointee to the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. It is vacant, and I'd ask that we turn those in by September 28th. We did not receive names, so we'll come up with one more deadline by which to do that, and hopefully we can do it by the next meeting. Also, there's a vacancy on the Keep Atlanta Beautiful. This appointment is for a term of 2 years as a council appointment. Councilmember Shepherd is serving. Her term has expired, and she has expressed interest in being reappointed. However, through the process, if anyone else is interested, we have a deadline of October 12th, and we'll make this October 12th deadline for recommendations from council, so everybody has a fair opportunity for the Atlanta Citizens Review Board appointment as well. Just resend that out. That ends my report.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Moore. We'll move now to the report of the City Utilities Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, page 41 of your agenda, we have one item, 17-01387, an ordinance by Councilmember Ivory Lee Young, Jr., as substituted by City Utilities Committee, authorizing the mayor to enter into FC 10043, a sole source agreement and other related agreements with Astera USA LLC on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management to install a nutrient recovery system at RM Clayton Water Reclamation Center for a lump sum amount of $11,000,000 upon completion of the project, to enter into services agreement with Astera USA LLC for the operations and maintenance of the nutrient harvesting system in an amount not to exceed $3,250,000 in conjunction with an offtake agreement for Astera USA LLC to purchase the fertilizer byproduct produced by the nutrient recovery system, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to engage the appropriate advisors to review the plan and finance the project in an amount not to exceed $330,000. All revenue collected will be deposited into the fund department organization and account number listed. All expenses will be paid from the fund department organization and account number listed and for other purposes. This came out of committee favorable on substitute. The motion is to adopt on substitute.
All right, the motion is to adopt on substitute. Any discussion on that motion? There being none, Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes our report.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Wan. We'll move now to the report of Community Development Human Services.
Oh, I thought it was me. Are you sure it's not me?
No, it's not you.
Oh.
I see.
Thank you very much. Okay. What page are we on? Page 45 or 46? Is that correct? All right.
Yes.
We have one ordinance and 4 resolutions that are all substitutes. Have the substitutes been passed out to everyone? Okay, so we'll take the ordinance first, then we'll deal with the substitutes. 17-1569, an ordinance by Councilmember Nadler Archibong as substituted and amended by Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend Article 1, Chapter 54, Section 3 of the Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to create a new section entitled Housing Commission and for other purposes. This comes to us favorable, so the motion is to adopt.
The motion is to adopt on substitute as amended. All right. If there is no unreadiness, we'll go ahead and take the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is adopted. Ms. Archibald.
All right, next we have 17R4355, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a contractual agreement with Jerusalem House, Inc. for the Hopwa A project, number reference Jerusalem House Scattered Site Program, in the amount of $629,368 for services and to provide supportive housing to previously homeless individuals and families affected by HIV/AIDS. Said activities to be charged and paid from the account numbers referenced and for other purposes. The recommendation is to file as this is a duplicate paper.
All right, the motion is to file. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, there being none, Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is filed.
All right, Mr. President, the next 4 resolutions we want to take together, and they are all have a substitute that's been distributed. So did I read them in, and can we take the substitutes all together, or do we have to do them one by one? Do them all together? Yeah, the substitutes have an account, and they're all passed out, so how should we do this? Yes. Second.
Okay, you want to bring forth the substitute on all of them together? Go ahead and read them in there. Are we
All
going
right.
to take them all together? Also?
Yes,
Right,
okay.
yes. All right.
17R4356, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan as substituted by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a new contractual agreement with AIDS Athens, Inc. for the Hopwa project number referenced AIDS Athens Housing and Supportive Services Program in the amount of $106,081.95 for housing assistance and service activities to be charged to the account numbers referenced. And 17R4357, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan as substituted by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a new contractual agreement with Jerusalem House, Inc. for the Hopwa project number referenced Jerusalem House Single Adult Program in the amount of $83,126.66 for services and to provide permanent housing to homeless individuals, said activities to be charged and paid from the account numbers referenced. 17R4358, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan as substituted by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a new contractual agreement with Jerusalem House, Inc. for the Hopwa project number reference Jerusalem House Scattered Site 2 program in the amount of $2,194,711.60 for services and to provide permanent housing to low-income individuals living with HIV/AIDS and their family members, said activities to be charged and paid from the account numbers referenced.
and 17R4359, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan as substituted by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a new contractual agreement with Jerusalem House, Inc. for the Hot Boy Project reference Jerusalem House Family Program in the amount of $59,323.75 for services and to provide permanent housing to women living with HIV/AIDS and their children. Said activities to be charged and paid from the account numbers referenced. The recommendation is to adopt on substitute.
Oh, you got to bring.
Well, I read it in, so now let's vote on that. I seconded. He made the motion.
All right, we have. So your motion is to bring forth a substitute on all those items together.
And I seconded it.
All right. Is there a second?
I can't second.
Are you seconding it? Okay. All right. You made the motion, or you made? Okay. Good. I thought you were saying that. Okay. Yes. We have a motion from Mr. Wan, a second from Ms. Archibald to bring forth the substitute. There's no unreadiness. Let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. The substitutes are now before us. Ms. Archibald. All right, we have a motion to adopt on substitute.
Well, I'm going to let the vice chair, Mr. Wan, do it. But anyway, okay, I'll do it. All right, so the motion now is to adopt on substitute for all 4 papers.
All right, so the motion is to adopt on substitute.
All 4 papers.
All 4 papers. Mm-hmm. Is that your motion or Mr. Wan's motion? Okay, and you're making the second, Mr. Wan? Okay. Now, we have a motion before us to adopt on substitute. Motion made by Ms. Archibald, second from Mr. Wan, and if there's no unreadiness, we'll take the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. These items are adopted.
Okay, we had 1 paper pulled.
Yes, Mr. Wan? Mr. Wan?
Given the nature of these contracts and the timing, I need to make a motion to move these to the mayor's office for signature post haste. All 4.
Okay, all right. There's a motion and proper second to move these items to the mayor's office post haste for signature. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
I don't know why we couldn't.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. These items will be sent post haste to the mayor's office. Ms. Archibald.
All right, we've had 1 paper pulled from consent. It's on page 7, item number 10, 1701-1425, an ordinance by council members Andre Dickens, Michael Julian Bond, Madeline Archibald, Cleta Winslow, Keisha Lance Bottoms, Carla Smith, Kwanzaa Hall, Howard Shook, Joyce Shepard, Mary Norwood, Ivory Lee Young Jr., and C.T. Martin, as substituted by Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 City of Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to designate property owned by Emory University Children's Health Care of Atlanta, the Centers for Disease Control, Georgia Power Company, Villa International, and the Synod of South Atlantic and Presbyterian Church USA, Inc., to the mixed-use high-density residential, office institutional, and single-family residential land use classifications, as more particularly set forth herein, upon their annexation into the city limits and for other purposes. So this was pulled for the purpose of Well, we need to table it, but you wanted to abstain. So I want to make a substitute motion to table this ordinance.
Okay, we have a so we have one. It's one item. We have a substitute motion to table this item. Is there a second? There's a second from Mr. Martin. Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention.
11 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The motion carries. This item is tabled. Mr. Wan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm an employee at Emory University, and this is part of their proposed annexation, so I'll be abstaining from the deliberations and votes from this point forward.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wan.
What did you say? Okay, no, that concludes our report. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Archibald. We'll move now to the report of the Zoning Committee. Ms. Smith.
Okie dokie. If you will turn to page 67 on your agendas. Mr. President, I would like to take items 1, 2, and 5 together.
Okay.
17-0-1422, Z17-62. This amends Chapter 20B, the Druid Hills Landmark District, to create a new sub-area entitled Emory University and enact specific development controls in addition to general development controls that apply throughout the Landmark District. Number 2, 17-0-1426, Z17-61. This amends Chapter 28A, the sign ordinance of Part 16, Land Development Code, to provide for additional signage on large private university campuses. And number 5, 17-0-1423, Z17-60. The location is property owned by Emory University, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, the Center for Disease Control, Georgia Power Company, Villa International, and Synobe of South Atlantic and Presbyterian Church. The changes to zone OIC to OIC MR4AC residential conditional MRC 3 R3C R4C and HC20B sub-area 4-C zoning districts upon their annexation into the city limits. The motion on all 3 of these is to table.
All right, the motion is to table these 3 items. We'll do them collectively. Any discussion on, well, it's an intervening motion. Do we have a second? All right, there's a second from Mr. Martin. Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
The vote is open.
Oh, you've got to.
Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
1 abstention.
1 abstention. The motion carries.
He needs to explain.
This item is tabled. Mr. Wan.
Colleagues, abstained for the same reason I mentioned before. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wan. Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Number 3 is 17-0-1442, U17-20. The location is 1581 Fairburn Road. The change is a special use permit for a private school. The motion is favorable.
All right, the motion before us is to adopt. Any discussion on the motion? There being none. Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to take items 4, 6, 7, and 8 together.
Okay, there's no objection. We'll take those items together.
Number 4, 17-0-1261, Z17-19. The location is 128 and 130 Terrace Drive. The change is to rezone from R4 to PDH. Number 6 is 17-0-1527 Z17-47. The location is 2930 Glenwood Avenue. The change is to rezone from RLCC to RLCC. Number 7, 17-0-1533 Z-17-56. The location is 701 Memorial Drive. The change is to rezone from R5 to R4B. Number 8, 17-0-1535 Z-17-58. The location is 750 Ralph McGill Boulevard. The change is to rezone from I-1 Beltline to MRC3. The motion on these is favorable as amended.
And the motion is to adopt as amended each of these items together. If there's no objection, we'll take them together. Are there any comments? Okay, there being none, Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is adopted.
Okay, number 9 is 17-0-1401 Z17-36. This is to amend the Midtown SPI zoning ordinance to simplify the format of the document for ease of use to address unnecessary recurring issues. The motion is favorable on substitute as amended.
All right, the motion is to adopt on substitute as amended. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Please vote. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is adopted.
Number 10, 17-0-1525 U17-22. The location is 1529 Lakewood Avenue. The change is a special use permit for a personal care home. The motion is to adverse.
All right, the motion before us is to adverse this item. Any discussion on that motion? There being none, Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is adverse.
Number 11, 17-R-4354. The location is Pratt-Pullman Landmark District. The change is to extend the interim controls on the pending landmark designation of the district. The motion is favorable.
All right, the motion before us is to adopt. Any discussion on that motion? There being none, Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now.
Sorry.
The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is adopted.
The rest is ordinances for first read. I'd like to take those together, and now is probably a good time for a short bathroom break.
Okay.
Number 12, 17-0-1598 U-17-23. The location is 2049 Highview Road. The change is a special use permit for a personal care home. Number 13, 17-0-1599 U-17-24. The location is 675 Ponce de Leon Avenue. The change is a special use permit for a hotel. Number 14, 17-0-1600, Z-17-64. The location is 55 Milton Avenue. The change is a rezone from I-1C Beltline to MR4 Beltline. 15. 17-0-1601, Z-17-65. The location is 0 Boulevard Place. The change is a rezone from PDH to MR4B. Number 16, 17-0-1602, Z-17-66. The location is 138 and 140 James P. Brawley Drive. The change is to rezone from O&I to C1. Number 17, 17-0-1603, Z-17-67. The location is 156 Lakewood Way. The change is to rezone from MR2 to MR3. Number 18, 17-0-1604, Z-17-68. The location is 675 Ponce de Leon Avenue, and the change is a rezone from MRC Beltline to MRC3 Beltline conditional. And the motion is to send these to the Zoning Committee and ZRB.
All right, the motion is to send these items to zoning and ZRB. There's no unreadiness. Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. These items are referred.
Thank you, Mr. President. That ends my report.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chair. We'll move now to the report of the Transportation Committee.
On paper, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
$12.79, renaming of Fairburn Road Bridge to the Reverend Dr. Gregory A. Sutton Bridge. Page 78, favorable on substitute. It's been referred to CUC. The Law Department advised that the renaming of a public place is under the purview of the City Utility Committee and should be considered there.
All right, so the motion is to refer this item to the City Utilities Committee. Okay. There's no unreadiness. We'll take the vote. Mr. Webb.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is now referred to CUC. Okay, that brings us to the end of our reports of standing committees. We'll now entertain papers for immediate consideration. Do we have any? Ms. Archibald? Okay, Ms. Archibald.
What are we doing?
This is for immediate or is this for referral?
It's immediately getting
All right. Seriously, is this for referral? Okay, we'll refer. Hey, Mr. Kwan is graciously allowed.
Very gracious. He better. Okay, thank you very much. An ordinance by Councilmember Madeline Archibong authorizing the mayor or his designee to install 3 traffic calming devices on Rogers Street Northeast between Jose L. Williams Drive Southeast and Arizona Avenue Northeast, and to waive portions of Section 138-84 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances as it relates to vehicular speed requirements and other purposes.
All right, transportation.
All right. Ordinance by Councilmember Madeline Archibong to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-92, subsection B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements for stores licensed to sell malt beverages and or wine by the package listed in Section 10-88-1 of the Atlanta Code of Ordinances for a specialty food shop located at an address currently known as 2031-2033 Jose L. Williams Drive Southeast and for other purposes.
All right, public safety.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Archibong.
All right, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan to amend Section 138-8D, street name changes, dedication of certain public places, consideration of application, effectuating the street renaming or dedication of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes. This is to clarify what committees it should go to.
Okay, so city utilities.
All right. Resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan to authorize payment of stipulated penalties imposed by the Environmental Protection Agency and the Environmental Protection Division of the Department of Natural Resources of the State of Georgia, EPD, in the amount of blank as stipulated penalties for the violation of CSO fecal coliform operational standards, blank, pursuant to the CSO consent decree civil action file number listed to identify the source of funding and for other purposes.
We'll send it to city utilities, and your first payment paper we'll send to COC.
Yeah, that's
about realigning where it goes. Okay.
Ordinance by Councilmembers Alex Wan and Carla Smith authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into an agreement between the City of Atlanta and Live Thrive Atlanta, Inc. for the operation of multiple centers for hard-to-recycle materials or CHARM locations, to waive Article 10 of the City of Atlanta Procurement and Real Estate Code to authorize annual payment in an amount not to exceed $300,000 in those cents and for other purposes.
Okay, we'll send that to city utilities.
Thank you.
A resolution by Councilmember Yolanda Adrian to authorize the City of Atlanta Parks Department to name a portion of the multi-use path within Tanyard Creek Park in honor of former Councilmember Claire Muller and for other purposes.
Okay.
Can I go? Thank you. An ordinance by Councilmember Carla Smith, Keisha Bonham, C.T. Martin, Michael Bond, Andre Dickens, Mary Norwood, Kwanzaa Hall, Madeline Archibong, Yolanda Adrian, and Ivory Lee Young, Jr. to amend the City of Atlanta Georgian Code of Ordinances by adding a new Section 18, voluntary inclusionary zoning, bonus height area designation, and locating near transit, and for other purposes.
I will send that to
zoning.
But
go ahead. An ordinance by Councilmember Carla Smith authorizing the mayor or his designee to reduce the posted speed limit on Boulevard Southeast between Interstate 20 and Meade Street from 35 miles per hour to 25 miles per hour and for other purposes.
And transportation.
Thank you. And a resolution by Council Members Carla Smith and Cleta Winslow to appoint Micah Smith Brown and Travis Parks from the Peoplestown neighborhood, Mary D. Gay, Samaj Blaine, and John Helton from the Summerhill neighborhood, Anne Marie Jones from the Pittsburgh neighborhood, Jane Ridley and David Holder from the Mechanicsville neighborhood, and Rick Hudson from the Grant Park neighborhood as members to the Stadium Neighborhoods Committee Trust Fund Committee, their term to be 3 years from the approval of this resolution and for other purposes. Thank you.
Okay. So I have one for referral and one for immediate, if we're okay on immediate.
Well, we'll
all right. A resolution.
Go ahead.
Sorry. A resolution by Councilmember Kwanzaa Hall, a resolution requesting that the Finance Department study and make a recommendation on the costs and benefits of providing tuition-free community or technical college to graduates of Atlanta Public Schools and for other purposes.
All right, we'll send that to Finance.
Okay. And this one is related to, this is for immediate. Are we ready?
You want to do immediate?
Yeah.
Has everyone gotten a copy?
It's coming around. Yeah.
All right.
Colleen's bringing it around. I'll read it in as we wait. A resolution by Council Members Hall, Smith, Shepherd, Bottoms, Archibong, Adrian, Juan, Young, Norwood, and Bond, and others who want to sign on. A resolution requesting that during the 2018 session of the Georgia General Assembly, the General Assembly amend Georgia Code 16-13-2B to remove the possibility of the punishment of imprisonment upon conviction of a violation of crime of possession of less than 1 ounce of marijuana and for other purposes. Whereas the City of Atlanta has an interest in maintaining the public safety and general welfare of the citizens of the City of Atlanta and its visitors. Whereas the City of Atlanta is committed to creating a safer Atlanta by reducing crime, ensuring the safety of citizens, and building trust and partnership with the community. And whereas OCGA Section 16-13-2B provides that under state law, any person who is charged with possession of marijuana, which possession is of 1 ounce or less, shall be guilty of a misdemeanor and punished by imprisonment for a period not to exceed 12 months, or a fine not to exceed $1,000 or both, or not to exceed 12 months. Whereas the City of Atlanta requests that the Georgia General Assembly amend OCGA Section 16-13-2B so that there may be no imprisonment upon a conviction of the possession of 1 ounce or less of marijuana, the City Council of Atlanta hereby resolves that the City of Atlanta officially requests that the Georgia General Assembly amend Section 16-13-2B so that there may be no imprisonment upon conviction for possession of 1 ounce or less of marijuana. And a motion to approve. Let's make sure we have a copy, Colleen, for everybody. Yeah.
Do we have copies?
I thought they would circle later.
Okay, why don't we do
we'll
this?
Let others come in.
Yeah, we'll come back to it. Okay, Ms. Shepherd, let's go ahead and get yours referred.
Well, I actually just wanted to be voted on today.
Okay, do we have some more to refer?
I think Mr. Martin may have something to refer.
And yours has been handed out?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. $75,000 from the District 10 carrying forward account to the Atlanta Police Foundation to assist the funding of 4 license plate readers and surveillance cameras and for other purposes. A resolution amending resolution number 15R4471 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on December 7, 2015 and approved by operations of law on December 16, 2015 to correct the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed therein, all other provisions to remain unchanged and for other purposes. A resolution authorizing the executive delivery and performance by the City of Atlanta of equipment lease purchase agreement to provide for the financing of the purchase of certain equipment and the lease of such equipment to the city, authorizing the executive delivery and performance of an escrow fund and account control agreement, authorizing the execution and delivery of certain other related documents required to connect therein and with other purposes. A resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a grant agreement with South Face Energy Institute, Inc. to provide plumbing assistance to low-income water and wastewater customers
for the care and conservation plumbing repair program on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management in an amount not to exceed $300,000, 0 cent, and for the purposes.
Right. The prior paper is finance, this paper is city utilities.
A resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a grant agreement with Integral Performance Community Development Corporation to provide plumbing assistance to low-income water and watershed customers for the care and conservation plumbing repair program on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management in an amount not to exceed $315,000, and for other purposes.
We'll send that to city utilities. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Here we are, but then we're going to come back. We'll come back to.
All right, this is an ordinance by Howard Shook authorizing the transfer of $25,000 from the council president carry forward account to the council president expense account in the amount of $1,000 and the council president distribution account in the amount of $4,000.
All right, we'll send that to finance exec. Thank you, Mr. Shook. Ms. Archibald.
A resolution by Natalie Archibald authorizing the mayor to enter into a grant agreement with Nehemiah Project Community and Alex Wan, agreement with Nehemiah Project Community Development Corp. To provide plumbing assistance to the Department of Watershed Management, low-income water and wastewater customers for the Care and Conserve Plumbing Program on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management in an amount not to exceed $315,000 and for other purposes.
All right, we'll send that to city utilities.
An ordinance by Councilmember Natalie Archibald authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2018 budget by transferring funds from the General Fund non-departmental reserves and adding funds to Executive Office's FY 2018 budget in the amount of $100,000 and authorizing a donation pursuant to Atlanta Charter Section 6-306 appropriations for charitable purposes to blank in an amount of $100,000 for the purpose of assisting Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands with hurricane relief efforts on behalf of the mayor's office and for other purposes.
That's exact. Thank you, Mr. Archibald. This is for immediate consideration. Mr. Hall, has your paper been copied yet?
I think they've been distributed now.
Has it been distributed?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so everyone has a paper that's been read in. Mr. Hall is.
Oh, yes. Yeah. And this one is just a resolution that's requesting that the Georgia General Assembly in the next session that they remove the possibility of punishment for imprisonment upon conviction of a violation of crime of possession of less than an ounce of marijuana. It's only a positive request, nothing more than that.
All right, so the paper's already been read in. Everyone has a copy of it. You made the motion. Is there a second? Second from Ms. Smith. Any discussion on that motion? There being none, Mr. Webb, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Would everyone please vote? Would everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you, colleagues.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is adopted.
I have several to read in, and then I'm sorry, colleagues, I have one for immediate consideration, but I'm getting copies. I'm not doing it yet. I'm reading these in first.
So here's what we're going to do. You're going to read yours. We're going to have yours that need to be referred.
These are read in.
And then we'll have Ms. Shepherd do hers for immediate consideration, and then we'll come back to yours for immediate consideration.
Certainly. Okay. Resolution by Councilmember Keisha Lance Bottoms authorizing the mayor, his designee, to enter into a cooperative purchasing agreement with E-Builders, Inc. to be designated as FC 9878 cooperative purchase agreement pursuant to Section 21602 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances using U.S. General Services Administration Special Item Numbers 13251, Information Technology Professional Services, 13252, Electronic Commerce Services, contract numbers GS 35F408AA, on behalf of Renew Atlanta T-SPLOST program, the Department of Public Works, and the Department of City Planning, in an amount not to exceed $650,000, with all contracted work to be charged to and paid from accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
All right, so transportation.
Ordinance by Councilmember Keisha Lance Bottoms directing the Atlanta Development Authority, DBA Invest Atlanta, to provide administrative and operational support to the Women's Entrepreneurship Initiative by creating a board of directors and establishing a separate line item account in its budget to accept funds from the City of Atlanta in support of the Women's Entrepreneurship Initiative to waive conflicting ordinances for this instance only and for other purposes.
All right, we'll send that to CDHS, Community Development.
Ordinance authorizing Chief Financial Officer of the City of Atlanta to create a 2020 Census Trust Fund and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2018 budget by transferring funds from the General Fund, non-departmental reserves, and adding funds to 2020 Census Trust Fund in the amount of $1 million for the purpose of facilitating education, outreach, and community engagement for the 2020 census and for other purposes.
Okay, we'll send that to CDHS.
Ordinance authorizing Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2018 budget by transferring funds from the General Fund, non-departmental reserves, and adding funds to Executive Office's FY budget in the amount of $1 million and authorizing a donation pursuant to Atlanta Charter Section 6306 appropriations for charitable purposes to the True Colors Theater Company in an amount of $1 million for the purpose of promoting the arts in Atlanta on behalf of the Mayor's Office and for other purposes.
That's to Finance Exec.
Resolution by Councilmember Keisha Lance Bottoms to establish a task force for the purpose of developing protocols for educating police authorities on the differences between the City of Atlanta ordinance and the current state law with respect to marijuana possession, arrest, detention, and prosecution, and for other purposes.
All right, public safety.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, all right, Ms. Shepherd.
I would like to ask for your support today for this resolution. A resolution by Councilmember George Shepherd authorizing District 12 Council member to accept donations from Tyler Perry Studios for the 2017 Fort McPherson Fall Festival and for other purposes. Whereas the Fort McPherson Fall Festival is an annual community-based event that allows residents to celebrate their community and learn more about the redevelopment plans surrounding Fort McPherson. And whereas the Fort McPherson Fall Festival will be held on Saturday, October the 14th, 2017, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Fort McPherson. And whereas Tyler Perry Studios desires to provide donations in support of this community initiative. And whereas the City of Atlanta and its citizens will greatly benefit and will be enhanced by this gesture on the part of Tyler Perry Studios, showing support for this worthwhile event. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that District 12 Council members authorized to accept the donations from Tyler Perry Studios for the 2017 Fort McPherson Fall Festival. Be it further resolved that the donated items will be equitably and fairly distributed to attendees. Be it further resolved that to the extent that Tyler Perry Studios is donating resources to the city hereby accepts the donation. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions and parts of resolution in conflict hereby repeal to the extent of the conflict. So I ask for you all support today.
Okay.
Mr. President.
I ask for a motion. A motion. I'm making a motion.
Is there a second? All right, second from Mr. Wan. Ms. Archibald.
What time? 611 have a proposed amendment, and the amendment is and a yet to be determined District 5 event.
I'm sorry. I didn't. Now repeat that one more time.
I just said that my amendment is that this donation also would be extended to a yet-to-be-determined District 5 event, okay?
Listen. Mr. Perry is in my, I'm just grateful that he's donating to District 12. So we'll work on District 5.
All right, we have a motion and proper second to adopt this paper. This is a personal paper for immediate consideration from Ms. Shepherd. There's no unreadiness. Mr. Webb, Madam Clerk, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Please vote.
Okay.
Everyone, please vote. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
Mr. President, I'd also like to ask that be sent post haste to the mayor because the festival is right around the corner. We have to get all this finished before he can give the donation.
Got it. We have a motion and proper second from Mr. Martin to send this item post haste to the mayor's office for signature. All right. If there's no unreadiness, Madam Clerk, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Would everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item will be sent to the mayor's office post haste.
These are for referrals.
Okay.
Ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2018 budget by transferring appropriations from various City of Atlanta departments in a total amount of blank dollars and 0 cents to the projects and grants, project number listed, finance business process transformation in order to fund all contracted work for the Oracle ERP and HCM cloud implementation on behalf of the Department of Finance in an amount not to exceed blank dollars and 0 cents to be charged to and paid from the funding numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Finance exec.
Another resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into amendments number 1 of cooperative purchasing agreement number listed with Mythix, Inc., pursuant to section 2-1602 at SEC of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, utilizing General Services Administration contract number listed on behalf of the Department of Atlanta Information Management to authorize additional funding for the purchase of support services for current Oracle Siebel CRM licenses for Atlanta 311 and current Oracle e-Business Suite licenses for the city in an amount not to exceed $55,822.95, all contracted work to be charged to and paid from the funding numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
All right, Finance exec.
Ordinance to correct ordinance number listed by authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY18 budget to transfer funds from the FY18 Water and Wastewater Renewal and Extension Fund Reserve Account in the amount of $1 million and 0 cents and to transfer FY 2018 budgeted funds from the Waste and Wastewater Renewal and Extension Fund budget in the amount of $1 million and 0 cents, all to the trust fund in the amount of $2 million and 0 cents for the Care and Conserve program and for other purposes.
All right, City Utilities. All right, thank you. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some papers to read in. I'd like to ask the clerk to read them in for me.
Okay. Yes, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to designate in connection with the 2018 College Football Playoff National Championship a certain area of downtown Atlanta as a temporary entertainment district between the dates of January 4th, 2018 through January 9th, 2018, to prohibit free distribution of commercial products and cruising within the event zone, to waive City Code Section 138-25, subsection 6, and for other purposes.
We'll send it to Public Safety.
Or Public Safety. An ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to request the reissuance by the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority, the issuer, of its revenue refunding and improvement bonds, Downtown Arena Private Improvements Project, Taxable Series 2010-2017 issuance in the maximum aggregate principal amount of blank dollars, the reissued bonds, to authorize the proceeds of the reissued bonds to be used to purchase and cancel certain prior bonds described herein, to authorize the mayor to execute, deliver, and perform an intergovernmental agreement between the issuer and the City of Atlanta, the city, for the purpose of financing, 1, the purchase and cancellation of the issuer's previously issued revenue refunding and improvement bonds, Downtown Arena Private Improvements Project, Taxable Series 2010, and 2, certain renovations at Phillips Arena, to authorize acknowledgement of service and the filing of an answer on behalf of the city and validation proceedings to be brought in validating the reissued bonds, to authorize the mayor to enter into a bond purchase agreement and continuing disclosure agreement in connection with the sale of the reissued bonds, to approve the city's portion of the official statement of the issuer, to authorize certain related actions, all in connection with the issuance of the reissued bonds and for other purposes.
All right, Finance Exec.
A resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into agreement FC 9751 Summer and After School Meal Program with vendor name in the amount of up to $950,000.00 from the state of Georgia in connection with the Bright from the Start Child and Adult Care Food Program for the purpose of providing hot meals in connection with the City of Atlanta's after-school meal program on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation to be charged to and paid from accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
All right, Community Development.
An ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $1,000.00 from the Post 1 at Large Carry Forward account to Vietnam Veterans of America, Greater Atlanta Chapter 1118, to assist in the establishment and operation of a memorial wall and park and for other purposes.
All right, Finance Exec.
A resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the mayor or his designee to exercise contract renewal option number 1 with SDNC Incorporated for FC 8249 annual contract for the maintenance and repair of sidewalks, curbs, driveway aprons, and associated infrastructure on behalf of the Department of Public Works. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
All right, we'll send that to Transportation.
That concludes Mr. Bond's.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bond.
Just one announcement, Mr. President. On Saturday, October the 7th, we're having our annual tire collection drive in partnership with Keep Atlanta Beautiful, Liberty Tire, the Department of Public Works, and Charm. It will be at the Charm Center at 1110 Hill Street from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and there is no fee for disposing of your tires. So that's for commercial operators and private citizens alike. We want to encourage everyone to bring those tires into Charm and keep them out of our neighborhoods and streets. If people have questions, they can call my office at 404-330-6770.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bond.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Bottoms. This is for immediate consideration.
Yes. Colleagues, you should have a copy of this now. Resolution by Keisha Lance Bottoms recognizing the Imagine a Day Without Water campaign being held on October 12, 2017, which is an organized effort to highlight the critical importance of reliable access to clean water in our lives and the investment in infrastructure that is necessary to protect this valuable resource and for other purposes. Whereas the infrastructure that brings water to and from homes and businesses is essential to the quality of life and economic vitality of the City of Atlanta. Whereas 1.2 million people rely on the city to provide clean, safe drinking water daily. Whereas the Department of Watershed Management has approximately 2,818 miles of drinking pipes and 1,000 871 miles of sewer lines and treats approximately 98 million gallons of drinking water and 188 million gallons of wastewater each day. And whereas the crisis in Flint, Michigan, shows the severe impacts of what can happen to the health and well-being of a community without access to clean drinking water. Whereas changes in weather patterns are causing epic drought and widespread flooding in regions throughout the United States, putting pressure on water systems that are ill-equipped and ill-prepared to manage such extreme events. And whereas utilities nationwide are grappling with aging infrastructure and lack reliable revenue and funding to maintain systems, let alone upgrade their systems, whereas 1/5 of the U.S. economy would grind to a halt without a reliable and clean source of water, and whereas managing water responsibly is critical to our nation's environmental health and to a high quality of life through economic commerce, power generation, and recreation, and whereas investing in our drinking water and wastewater systems will secure a bright and prosperous future for generations to come, and whereas the city is committed to bolstering its water supply for the next century through the Department of Watershed Management's Water Supply Program project, which will increase the city's water reserve to more than 30 days, and whereas innovation in water conservation and water reuse will drive job growth, economic development, and establish a 21st century paradigm of water management in the United States, whereas green stormwater infrastructure will not only ease the burden on our sewers, but will provide a maximum return and benefits to the public, the economy, and the environment. And whereas for every $1 spent on infrastructure improvements, the U.S. generates $6 in returns, and for every $1 million invested in water capital programs, there is an economic impact of 16.5 jobs, and for every one job created in the water sector, another 3.68 jobs are added in the national economy. And whereas different regions face different water challenges, so the solutions to strengthen our drinking water and wastewater systems must be locally driven, but reinvestment in our water must be a national priority. The City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, hereby resolves that the City of Atlanta recognizes that water is essential to the quality of life and economic competitiveness and acknowledges the importance of educating the public about the value of water through the Imagine a Day Without Water campaign on October 12, 2017, and be it finally resolved that the Department of Watershed Management is dedicated to investing in water and wastewater infrastructure and calls on our federal partners to bring much-needed funding and innovation to protect and restore our critical water infrastructure. Colleagues, I have a motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Juan.
And I think Mr. Shook wants me to read it over again. Did you want me to start from the beginning, Mr. Shook?
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a proper second to adopt this resolution. There's no unreadiness. Madam Clerk, let's take the vote.
The vote is open. Please vote. Would everyone please vote? Everyone. Everyone and neighbor, please vote. Please vote. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. This item is adopted.
I have one.
All right, Ms. Archibald.
Ooh, okay, an ordinance by Madeline Archibald authorizing the acquisition through the exercise of eminent domain. What are you talking about?
Yeah. No, come on.
Okay. Through the exercise of eminent domain pursuant to the special master method, OCGA section reference, or other condemnation method as may be applicable of fee simple title to 770 Shadow Ridge Drive Southeast for a public park, to authorize the city attorney or his designee to institute formal condemnation proceedings to acquire the property for public use, including use of outside counsel where necessary, authorizing the payment of just and adequate compensation for the property to the owner and any other parties entitled thereto. All amounts associated with these actions shall be charged to and paid from fund or account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
All right, Finance Exec. Thank you, Ms. Archibald.
An ordinance by Councilmember Ivory Leung Jr. An ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2018 budget by transferring funds from the General Fund non-departmental reserves and adding funds to the Executive Office's FY 2018 budget in the amount of $1 million and authorizing a donation pursuant to the Atlanta Charter, Section 6-306, appropriations for charitable purposes to the West Side Works in the amount of $1 million for the purpose of promoting the arts in Atlanta on behalf of the Mayor's Office and for other purposes.
Okay, we'll send that to CDHS.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Send that to Finance. Do we have any other items that need to be introduced, referred? Okay. All right. Any announcements? Okay. All right. There are no announcements. Yes, Ms. Shepherd.
This coming Saturday, October the 7th, we'll be having my annual pet event at Perkinson Park, and that's from 10 until 2. And that event is about my 5th or 6th that I've done, and it was started in light of some major problems we had in our community with dogs in our community, which was unfortunate. Fortunately, no child got killed, but there were some kids, the dogs that attacked our kids. And so since then, I've been having a pet education event with Fulton County Animal Control, Life Cycle, Atlanta Humane Society. Last year, there were 700 people at my event. This year, in the expectation of the crowd, we will actually be giving out 1,000 rabies shots on this coming Saturday. And so it's going to be at Perkinson Park in the ball field. So, and it's open to citizens across the city of Atlanta. The focus was District 12, but it was also open to folks across the city of Atlanta. So if you want to come out this coming Saturday at Perkinson Park, which is 770 Deckner Avenue in the ball field, you can get free rabies shots, health check, chips, food, all kind of information about tethering laws, lease laws, everything that talked about how you can take care of your animals. There will be about 8 vets on site that day, on Saturday, October the 7th. So we're trying to get the word out to the community to come out and learn what you can do to take care of your animals. That's going to be a huge education table about the care of animals, shots, food, chips. All of this is free to the public. So we're asking you to come out on this Saturday, October the 7th, from 10 until 2. But we'll stay until everybody who's in line, because that's typically a long, long line. So we're trying to stay until everybody has been served. Last year we gave out, but this year we're hoping that we'll have enough this year. And then on October the 14th, we'll be having Fort McPherson Fall Festival at Fort McPherson. So please come out to that also. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I'd like to add, on October 14th, in Councilmember Shepherd's district, District 12, we'll be hosting our 22nd semi-annual college prep series. Our partner for many years has been Atlanta Metropolitan State College. The Atlanta Public School System has also been a partner over these last 12 years, and it's going to be on Saturday, October the 14th, at Atlanta Metropolitan State College, starting at 8 o'clock. It's a great opportunity for students in APS and their parents to get more information and really have a real experience with the SAT and ACT exam and the college admissions process and career path opportunities. And so that'll be hosted again October 14th at Atlanta Metropolitan State College. We've got over 500 kids already signed up, so it's going to fill up pretty fast. And so we encourage anyone within the sound of my voice who has a young person in the school system to come out and be a part of this wonderful community opportunity and partnership. So with that being said, yes, Ms.
Introduce real quickly, and I apologize. It's a paper by Councilmember Winslow, Michael Bond, a resolution authorizing the mayor to apply for a Livable Center Initiative study grant from the Atlanta Regional Commission in an amount not to exceed $125,000 in order to conduct a major update for the West End Historic District Livable Center Initiative and for other purposes.
All right.
I apologize. Yeah.
Okay, CDHS.
Right.
We got to get that.
And this month is Scrap Tire Month, so there are various locations. Councilmember Bond, I know you've got one coming up, and I've got one for District 4 on the 21st at the West End Mall from 9 to 12. But did you want to mention yours? Did you mention yours already?
Yes, I mentioned mine when I read my papers this Saturday.
You mentioned it in Committee on Council, but we were off the air.
Oh, I mentioned it a few moments ago.
Okay.
All right.
I have another announcement.
Got one more item of business, and then I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
Four announcements.
Four announcements. I feel it's okay. All right. Madam Clerk.
Yes, there are two letters received from the mayor this afternoon, and they are appointments to the MARTA Board of Directors. I will read one letter and insert each name. Dear President Mitchell and members of the Council, it is my pleasure to reappoint Mr. Roderick Edmond and Mr. Robert Ash to serve on the MARTA Board of Directors for the City of Atlanta. Both Mr. Edmond and Mr. Ash are residents of the City of Atlanta and willing to serve in this capacity. The appointment term for Mr. Ash is for 4 years to begin upon council confirmation. The appointment term for Mr. Edmond is for 2 years to begin upon council confirmation. I am confident that Mr. Edmond and Mr. Ash will continue to serve the MARTA Board of Directors with integrity and dedication. A copy of each gentleman's qualifications is attached for your review. Sincerely, Kasim Reed.
All right, we'll send those to COC, Committee on Council, and not MARTA, but to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just two more announcements. October is also National Book Month, and we kicked off our annual book collection and book drive in a partnership with Atlanta Public Schools this year and, of course, all the City of Atlanta departments at North Atlanta High School this past Thursday. We'll be collecting books at various Atlanta Public Schools and at various city facilities all throughout the month of October. So if folks have books that they'd like to donate to needy families or books that need to be recycled, we're accepting both. A new book for a child, or if you've got older books that need to be recycled and rehab, we'll take them both all throughout the month of October. And also on October the 18th, the Atlanta Student Movement Trail is finally complete, and we will be unveiling the balance of the markers, about 13 markers, on October the 18th at the Atlanta University Woodruff Library at around 6 p.m. on October the 18th. And of course, the public is invited, and this trail is unique in the United States because it is the only digitally interactive historic trail in the country. And so if you'd like to come out and view some of the videos that will be associated with the markers and hear from those who actually made the history, we'll be gathering at the Woodruff Library again on October the 18th at 6 p.m., and that's the Atlanta University's Woodruff Library on James P. Brawley Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. We're about to wrap up. I know that you wanted to make a quick comment, I'll allow that as a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you. And just on behalf of the coalition and the community, we stayed around just to thank you personally for your work here today, for unanimously passing the legislation to decriminalize, and we appreciate it. We know it's been a hard day on all of us, but it's really been a hard day on folks that have been in trouble for a long time. So we really, really appreciate all that you've done, and have a good week.
All right,
yes, thank you for your continued support.
All right, thank you for your advocacy. Okay. With that being said, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. We have a motion. It's non-debatable. Let's go. All right.
Council President Mitchell.
Here.
Council Members Smith, Hall, Young, Winslow, Archibong, Juan, Shook, Adrian, Moore, Martin, Bottoms, Shepherd, Bond, Norwood, Dickens. Thank you all very much.
All right, we're adjourned.
For yeas, 0 nays, this item is accepted.
Thank you. Okay. We can take number 12 and 14 together. Ms. Jacks.
17-0, 1261, Z1719, and amended ordinance